Morning, y'all. For those of you who are watching the replay, scroll to about 3 minutes in, 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll see you at the water. I'm going to hold my selfie and do my mic check and all my things before we roll out. Got to hold this selfie for about a minute. YouTube has to create an auto-generated selfie for me. Perfect. All right, let's turn Wi-Fi off. Let's go here. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's working. It's good. So I can now open up my stream. It's good. Oops. Gotta do that. So weird why that does that. I'm gonna have to disable one of my add-ons because Google Chrome just keeps my live streams turning it into black. So, all right, I'll see you guys in the water in a moment. For you guys, it's a moment. For me, it's gonna take about 45 minutes or so to get there. So I'll see you. Cool. We are connected. I forgot to throw an emoji in the chat earlier, but I know the chat's working. Morning, y'all. Are you guys getting to see water? Yeah, you guys are seeing water. Just gotta make sure that I'm in the frame. It's gonna be a good chat today. Water level has gone way down. No, I gotta flip you guys more this way. Sometimes I have to like keep adjusting the camera until it's good where it is. So I'll just wait for the first message and then I'll start. Somebody was camping here last night. They built a fire here because there's a bunch of sticks and stuff, and they were eating soup and whatnot. I have to pick up their mess though and leave it over there just so it doesn't interfere. But it is what it is. We're going to be talking about decide. It's a very powerful word. Extremely powerful word. Good. I know the live stream is activated because I see someone or one person is on. So hello, whoever's here. I'm going to take a few minutes to get rolling in this chat. I removed all filter words. So let the games begin and see who's going to drop what kind of bullshit in the chat today. So I've also decided when I'm at the water, if I miss some of your messages, it is what it is. It's not that I'm purposely ignoring. If it's overlooked, it's overlooked. If you have a question, you have to, until I come to the screen and look at the screen, you'll have to retype your question. If there's a question you want to leave, or a comment. If you want me to be aware of what you're sharing, I will look at it in a bit. So, I will pay attention to the chat here and there. Yesterday afternoon was a very powerful afternoon. It was dropping the fire, the bars. So, just waiting for anybody who jumps on and messages and says hello or drops their first message. Until then, I'll just kind of get ready for the chat, and we'll see what happens. There's 3 people on. This word, decide, it's a very powerful word that a lot of us just don't use, it seems. We keep choosing things that are not in our highest alignment, which is weird. Morning. Because you keep focusing on generally the outside world, and that the outside world is telling you a bunch of noise. But then you adhere to the noise because you're choosing and deciding to adhere to that. Because you've been so finessed into believing that the outside world is the real world. I'm standing on a piece of rock right now, like a piece of land. This is real. But as within, so without. As you shift within, you will shift your external world, even though you're focusing solely on internal. But you have to decide. And that doesn't mean decide tomorrow. That doesn't mean decide 10 years from now. You got to decide right now. There's no moment other than right now. But if you don't decide, guess what you're going to be doing? The things that you're supposed to be receiving, you're repelling it away. Decide. There are things that you will need to repel out of your life, though. You're going to have to walk in the old frequency while being in the new frequency, and certain things will be removed, like people, situations, opportunities that are no longer in alignment. They will be removed. It's going to be painful. Pain is one of those energies that we attempt to run away from. But it's necessary because that's where you get a lot of your lessons, the growth from. But decide. I've decided exactly what I desire for my life, and it's already unfolded. Now I'm just walking the path in the physical to reach the version that already has finished it. I've decided everything. I'm laser focused and I'm crystal clear. Now here's the thing about when you do decide. There's a little bit of a lag time on the physical plane. Things don't materialize instantly, right? Like when you're observing something, like in the quantum realm, there's waveforms and particles. And when you observe something by placing your concentration, your attention, your focus on the very thing, it's instantaneously there, created. But in the physical world, matter, because we live in a very dense universe, it takes time, human time, for things to materialize. And if you can stay in your frequency and lock in before the world shows you it, but you are so determined and have so much conviction that you will have whatever it is that you have, with no doubt, no worries or no fears associated behind it, watch as life just unfolds with ease. Now life will still life at you, and life will still throw you a curveball here and there. So there is somebody that's here. Hello. Let's see the message. But you have to decide. Oh, here we go. Yay! We get a second dimensional clown with a first dimensional thought. Welcome, troll. Welcome. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. You're cooked, by the way. Enjoy your pitiful existence on the planet. Enjoy your hostility within yourself. So continue to decide whether you want a great life or if you want to continue to play the life of everyone else who is angry and miserable and negative and is suffering and struggling. You get to decide. And you get to decide what you ask for or command. You get to decide. The choice is yours. I look forward to seeing all the trolls today. I'll be feeding off of your energy. So thank you for your service. I'm glad that the filter words are they're removed so that I can let you guys freely speak about whatever you want now. The choice is yours. Can you stand in an unwanted reality while still being who you're supposed to be? Can you walk the path of the unknown without having any doubts, any worries, any fears? Can you walk the path and decide that no matter what gets thrown at you, that you're always going to reach your destination, knowing that you already are at your destination by applying the principles of knowing that you already have what you already have, and walk in the path until it finally unfolds, but knowing that you're good with or without it. It doesn't matter because you've decided this is who you are. The choice is yours. I'm not interested in those who are on who don't care. And I do apologize for anyone who leaves an actual comment that's of value. But for the rest of you who don't leave a comment of value, maybe it's valuable to you, but it has no value to me. I do apologize for the rest of you if it gets overlooked. Right now, the chat's pretty quiet, so I will look at the chat quickly. I'm not even worth trolling. Thank you. Thank you for feeding my algorithm for saying that, because you're just feeding the algorithm. So thank you for that. You know, a lot of you are going to be cooked. You guys are cooked already. And it's unfortunate because you don't know when your time is up. Morning. You don't know when your time is up. And you'll have so much regret for all the bullshit that you probably say to someone else. I don't care what you say to me because it has no relevancy. You're a second dimensional mind with a first dimensional thought. Irrelevant. So, you can continue to decide to live a harmonious life, or you can decide if you want to live an amazing life, or difficult life, or a life of struggle, or a life of pain. The choice is yours. And for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Orion Phoenix Stellar, and yes, that is my real name. And I came here to help you to master this so that you can live your best life. Or another way of saying what I do is I help you to let go of the stupid bullshit that the mind keeps telling you so that you can live your best life. But so many of you are so finessed by the mind. And I used to be just like you, being finessed by the mind. And I only have empathy for all of you, I really do. Even for those who are like, you're not even worth trolling, or fuck off, idiot. Yeah. You guys are actually designed for one purpose. to remind the rest of us to not walk down the path that you're walking. I'm going to be the most polarizing, most hated person on YouTube for the trolls specifically. So thank you for your service. So, to continue and not get distracted, you all have the ability to decide in every present moment what it is that you are looking to achieve or acquire, or attain, or attract, or accomplish in your life. Now that's the mind wanting to do these things. The soul already knows that you've already accomplished all these things. But you still get to decide. Most, unfortunately, are deciding for limitations. They're deciding that this is all they can achieve, that they're not meant to be more than what they currently are right now. And that's so not true. You all have infinite potential, each of you. You just forgot that. Each of you have infinite potential. The question is, will you use your infinite potential? Or will you play the game like everybody else and play finite? That's a choice now. You know, a lot of people say that they don't have choices. They don't have a choice to do something. Yeah, you've made decisions in your life that led you to the point where you feel like you have no choice. But even saying you have no choice is still a choice. I simply decided back in 2019 to stop playing the game the way everyone else was playing it. Morning. I decided to play the game differently. And now that I've played the game differently, I see the world vastly different. I remember when I was a troll myself, I'd go on to people's streams on Twitch, because Twitch was really the only place you could stream at the time. I don't think Facebook Live, yeah, Facebook had lives, but no one was really using Facebook Live. But I was going on Twitch and being a troll. And I would be very hostile and angry. I was in rage. My mission was to make sure the streamer who was streaming at the time knew how terrible they were and awful and they're not worth it and all this shit. And I did a pretty good job of bringing some streamers down. Now, of course, other streamers, they didn't tolerate my bullshit and they blocked me. These are things that I had to experience so that I could stop. Some of you who might be doing what I used to do will eventually figure it out. Not a moment sooner. Something will come in your life, either mentally or physically, and bring you to your knees. There's going to be a moment. It may not be now, it may not be 10 years from now, it might be 50 years from now, depending on how young or old you are, even though age is but a number. I would rather you know it now so that you can start to prepare yourself for the journey ahead of what you're supposed to be having and receiving by deciding better for yourself, if you choose better. Again, I do apologize if anyone's leaving anything amazing in the chat, but I will not be reading the chat. So you can leave your comments. I'll look at it later. And hello to anyone who I haven't said hello to yet. But yeah, in every present moment, you guys get to decide. You get to decide how to take an action. You get to decide what actions you take. You get to decide what words you speak. You get to decide every choice you're making. Like, you're choosing to be on my stream either for good or not so good. This is a choice. And you're deciding to leave a comment or not leave a comment. That's a choice and a decision. So you get to decide what you're doing. Unfortunately, most don't know that they have a decision or a choice because they're being finessed by the mind. You created a doppelganger within yourself. We all have a doppelganger. And some have mastery over their doppelganger, while others, and this is majority of the planet, are being enslaved by their doppelganger. That's the voice in your head. That isn't you. Every one of you get to decide. What you want for your life. For me, I decided a lot of things, and it's already unfolding and has unfolded. As I said earlier, in this realm, this is a dense realm. Materialization of something takes a little bit of human time for it to materialize. But you have to keep your focus and your attention and your concentration on the very thing that you're looking to experience. But you can experience it within first. And as you keep identifying with that experience within, you will have it in the physical world. The thing is, a lot of people think they can't manifest. In fact, you're manifesting in every present moment. You're just manifesting things that you don't want because you're placing your attention on, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want evil, I don't want to be a bad person. But you're focusing, I don't want to be on a bad person, so that means you're not focusing on being a good person. You're not focusing on doing good. You're still focusing on like the negative. So the universe only sees what you're currently focusing on and gives you more of the same. The mind is the paradox of itself, and if you don't understand how the mind works, you will get smashed by the universe. The universe isn't playing favoritism with anybody. Morning. How are you both? Good. Enjoy your day. The universe isn't playing favoritism with anybody. It's simply checking within yourself to see where you're at. The universe wants you to have everything you want, whatever it is. But if you're placing your attention on but I don't have the girl, or I don't have the car, or I don't have the money. For guys, it's cars, girls, money, and generally like a mansion or something. For girls, it's a man who is loving, caring, and being a mother, or being an entrepreneur. But if you're focusing on the opposite of that, then you're going to get the opposite. Like if you say for a woman, they say, I want to be a mother. I want to be so badly a mother, right? That implies to the universe that you're not a mother right now. Right? If you don't tap into who you are within, and I know the world will say, you're crazy for thinking things like that. You should be realistic. Well, guess what? What is realistic getting you? Where is it getting you? Is it getting you any closer to your dreams? Be realistic, right? That's the left side brain thinking. You've been programmed to be logical. It has to be all logical. There are certain things that just happen in reality that just cannot be explained by logic. And I'm sure every one of you have experienced it. You just may not be aware of it. That's the right side brain thinking. That was beaten out of you when you were a child while in school, having to memorize a bunch of unnecessary facts that have no relevancy. Yes, it helped you to build connections. Yes, it helped you to, read and write and know how to do like your basic math. But a lot of the other stuff has been a complete waste of time. And they beat that shit into you, into thinking like you got to be programmed. You have to undo your programming. So, to get back to what I was saying, you get to decide what you want, what you desire, what you already have. I want to give a definition of having. Most of us, most humans have the definition of having as like physically holding. Like this bottle, I have this bottle of water in my hand. I can touch it, I can see it, I can hear it, I can technically smell it, but water doesn't really have a smell generally unless it's coming from like a really rancid sink or something, but you know, or you can smell the ocean or whatever. But anyways, you get the picture. You can use your senses. But the universe doesn't give a shit about your senses. The universe only cares about one thing, that you vibrationally know that you already have it. You will still be using your senses though, but you'll have to use it in reverse. You'll have to go within and feel as if you are already holding that water bottle without holding the water bottle in your hand. You have to feel that you're already driving your fancy sports car before you actually have your sports car. You have to feel that you're with your partner. For women, it would be men. If you like men, if you like women, women. If it's men, if you like women, cool. If you like men, cool. Whatever it is, you have to vibrationally know that you already have it within. As within, so without. Every tradition in the world kept talking about within yourself, within. So the universe's definition of having is vastly different from our definition, our humanistic definition of having. And if you keep using humanistic definitions, you will be 100% of the time getting exactly what humans are getting. Nothing generally. Or you will get it, but it'll come with a nasty surprise. Good morning. So like you will get a nasty surprise with that thing that you're looking to have. Like maybe it's a partner, but that partner is coming with a lot of trauma, a lot of drama, a lot of conflict. Even though they look pretty or handsome on the outside and you get infatuated by their looks, when you get to actually know them beyond their looks, they come with a lot of hidden surprises, which is actually you in disguise. It's your beliefs that you believe of true of yourself and things that you think of, you will see it in that person. Because you manifested them based on your frequency. And again, every day I know someone new is jumping on the stream. So what is a frequency? So a frequency is made of 7 things. It's your current beliefs of you and you in the world. It's your expectations. What do you actually expect? Good or not so good? It's your emotionally charged thoughts. It's not just any thoughts. All thoughts are not treated equally the same. Some have emotions, some do not. Your emotional charged thoughts. I'll wait for the airplane to fly over. You have your perceptions. So what you perceive of the world and of yourself. Then you have your conviction. How much conviction do you have of knowing that this is already done? You can have conviction in the reverse, by the way, of knowing that the world is just negative and you'll always have negative experience, and you have so much conviction in that. Morning. Then you have your reactions or response, depending on how you respond or react to the world. And then you have your focus / attention. Excuse me. So that's what makes up a frequency. For those of you who, hear that buzzword, frequency, change your frequency. That's what a frequency actually is. It's your emotional state of being within yourself, of what you perceive, believe, think, even say, because your words actually govern your experience. Most of you overlook your words. I know, because I used to do it. And if I was doing it, and I see others still doing it, I know that a lot of people are overlooking their words. You get to decide what you think. You get to decide how you feel. You get to decide what you say. You get to decide what you expect. You get to decide what you place your focus or attention on. You get to decide what convictions you have in reality and in yourself. You get to decide on what you respond to or react. Do your best to respond though, not react, because usually the world is designed to make you react. So I'm not looking at the chat right now, and I know that you guys are leaving some comments. And again, just to emphasize, I will not be looking at the chat presently. I don't know who's saying what, so if your comment is being overlooked, I do apologize, but I'm locked the fuck in right now. So, hello to everybody who is here. I acknowledge that you're here. I do see that the chat is going, so there are people. Hello to every one of you. I may not say your name because I can't see who's actually here, but hello to whoever that's actually physically here or digitally here right now. There's going to come a point where the chat's just going to go like crazy. So I'm getting used to basically having to just talk, and you guys will have to either wait till I respond, or you'll have to just, it is what it is. Because I've decided that I will not be distracted with a bunch of noise that may not be conducive to the stream. Every day I decide to come on to be of service, and I know there's always at least one person that will take value away from what I'm saying. For everyone else who's just, you know, they're kind of lingering in the background for attention, it is what it is. But you're getting what you came here for anyways. If it's to troll me, your soul wants you to purge that trolliness thing out of your system, so it is, you know, requesting this vessel for you to do it so that you can remove it, so that you can free yourself of the mental garbage that's been, you know, spewing inside of yourself. There's a lot of mental trash in a lot of people's minds. And I had that trash too, and it fucking sucks. Because you've taken on the world's, like, way of being. You never had that trash as a child though. That stuff was starting to be embedded into you from age 0 to 7. If you had conscious parents, they knew how to raise you. If you didn't have conscious parents, they themselves were not conscious, so how could you be conscious in an unconscious world? You might have had some deep sense of knowing, but eventually it would have been beaten out of you because you see everybody around you, you're a product of your environment. That's a bar. Write it down. You are a product of your environment, but that doesn't mean that you are still a product of your environment. You can now decide that you're no longer going to adhere to what's going on in your current environment, wherever you are on the planet. You get to decide. That's how powerful you are. A decision is so powerful, but you may not realize the power that you're actually wielding. Your tongue, your mouth, your voice is a wand. It's like bullets. It can be whatever. It's so powerful. It can create or destroy in every present moment. So like the words that you're saying, you can basically create magic and create harmony, or you can absolutely destroy just like that. There is no action in this world that can be taken without knowing the word. Even though you may not be saying the word out loud, or you may not hear it within yourself, as you're doing something, you're actually, like right now I'm moving hands, so that means I'm moving my arm. So that means like the mind is sending a signal, move arm. This is not just instinctual. This is intentional. So like, let's say you're going to go for a walk, or you're going to go take a drive. As you are about to go take the drive, there's an action that's assigned with a word. You know, they say actions speak louder than words. That's not true at all. Not even close. From a humanistic perspective, that's what most humans subject themselves to, that their actions speak louder than words, but that's not true. Your words actually are the catalyst for the actions that you actually take. So when you know the power of your words, you can actually make something different unfold within yourself. You can choose differently. You can decide that you will have this experience instead of that experience. Simply just by deciding. I don't know if Underboss is here. If you're here, bro, I hope you're having fun with all the, trolls, because I unlocked the language. So, I'll come to the screen in like 2 minutes and I'll check what's being said. So yeah, you get to decide what you think, what you feel, what you believe in, what you don't believe in, what you perceive, what you don't perceive, what you expect, what you don't expect, what you respond to or react to. Most of us tend to react. If you slow down, it'll allow you to just observe things and you won't get too emotionally entrenched into the world, because the world's designed, I'm going to be 100% real with you all, the world's designed to make sure you stay stuck where you are, unfortunately. And you have to, you have to be the one that makes the conscious decision by knowing that the world is attempting to always bring you down, but then you can shift the perspective that the world is actually helping you to remember more of who you are, and that you can decide, and that the world's actually in your favor. You could do that. It's all a choice. It's all perspectives. I always look for the opposites. It's not just one way. It's many, many different ways. And that's the thing about reality. It's a massive contradiction of itself, aka a paradox. If you believe that this is how the world works, then that's how the world works for you specifically. But just because it works that way for you doesn't mean it has to work that way for everybody else. For me, I was subjected by what I see is true, and what is true is this is what it is, and that's all I can experience. For me, I had to shift that. There are things that our eyes just cannot perceive, and our mind is the projector of what we're seeing. But the thing is, the eyes take in the experience and then reads it back to the mind, and then the mind's like, oh, so this person's negative, this is an angry world, this is a hostile world, so I'll just keep replaying the same story. But when you know that your physical realm is just a byproduct of your internal state of being, then you can start to change the movie that's playing. The thing is, when your movie is playing, it's going to take a little bit of delay for things to unfold, like shift. Like if you're a person who's operating under the negative like frequency, right? Is it going to happen right away that all positive things will happen? Bye, have a great day. Is all positive things going to start happening in your life? No. There's a delay. And in that delay, this is where your mind is going to do its job to finesse you into believing that you can't change. Because the moment you threaten its current philosophies and psychology, guess what happens? You are going to be enslaved by your nervous system and your mind, and then you'll be simultaneously getting frustrated, more annoyed, more frustrated, more angry, and then guess what happens? You create a turbine of energy, and the universe is just G-checking your energy in every present moment. So guess what happens? It will bring a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event to keep mirroring back the state of being that you're currently in. You ever wake up in the morning and you're starting off your day in a very panicked state, you woke up late, now your day's like, and then you go into the shower, you might slip, or you stub your toe, and you're like, fuck, and then you burn your toast that you went and put in the toaster, and you just don't have enough time to eat, and then you're like, fuck, and then you're heading to work, you're either driving or taking the bus, and you're being like delayed by so many things, and you're getting even more frustrated. That's the universe presenting opportunities to keep seeing where you are within yourself. That's how this works. And then when you get to work, your boss will then tell you, you're late, why are you late? And then you get into an argument with your boss because of the chain of events that started as soon as you woke up. I'm sure some of you experienced some of this. It starts with your state of being. This is not pure coincidence. It's not pure coincidence whatsoever. If Rihanna, if you're here, good to see you. I think you're here because I can tell by your username. I think you're here. I can't see the usernames from all the way over here, but I believe that you are here. So the more that you stay in that state of like whatever it is that you wake up from right away, and you're like go, and like you have like no time to like, you just woke up late. There's nothing you can do that you woke up late. But what you can do is start to decide to slow down. You're already late anyways, right? You may as well, be more relaxed. Sure, the boss is going to yell at you when you get into office and say, why are you late? I woke up late. I'll do better next time. That's it. You're more relaxed. You're more calm. You won't have to create a unnecessary obfuscation. But most of us, we don't do that. We're like, "Urgh." And you know what it does? You know what all this is? It's just a simple choice and a decision. This has happened to me, by the way. I woke up many times, like, behind, like maybe 10, 15 minutes, like, shit, I need to wake up, I need to go. And like, I'm like, ugh, and it's not happening. And like, I stubbed my toe one time, like, fuck's sakes. Right? Because when you are in a rush, you make more mistakes. This is why there's a concept of slowing down to speed up. When you slow down yourself, you actually are able to perceive a lot more. And when you're able to perceive a lot more, you're able to handle things with easier capabilities. And you'll be able to maneuver reality with more ease and flow. Doesn't mean that life's going to be all sunshine and rainbows. This is not what's happening. Life's still going to throw you a fucking curveball, but you will be better positioned knowing how to handle it when it does show up. So in something, instead of it taking 10 years for you to heal and let go of, it'll take you probably like 1 month, maybe 1 day. It all depends on how fast you're able to purge the experience. Right? So like, you have the ability to decide in every present moment what is going on in your life internally. You can't really control the external because people are going to be random. Things are going to randomly occur, but you get to decide how you respond to the random, or you can react to the random. Like right now, I'm sure there's a bunch of unnecessary noise in the chat. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not looking at the chat because I know there's a lot of people leaving messages, and I refuse to be distracted right now. Because I can come to the screen and be distracted by there's either a lot of good stuff or a lot of not so good stuff in the chat. I'm not worried about the chat right now. I'm locked the fuck in. Those who want to hear what I have to say, morning. Those who want to hear what I have to say will stay and they will listen. Those who do not want to hear, they will troll and do whatever the fuck they need to do, and then they'll get off. It's just that simple. Thank you, by the way, for my trolls for feeding my algorithm. Thank you very much, because you're actually bringing the people that are supposed to be here. So thank you for your service. You may as well, if you're gonna attack me, I may as well use you and apply your energy to bring people who actually are supposed to be here. So thank you for your service. Now, to get back to what I was saying, you get to decide what it is that you desire to have in your life. And for the next several days, we're going to be talking about like basically receiving the good, receiving whatever it is. Like tomorrow I'll be probably calling it command. The following day I'll probably call it ask or tell. The following day I'm going to call it choose, and then the following day I'll call it receive. So in the next several days, it's going to be the same thing. So nothing more. You get to decide within yourself. It's a conscious choice. Some of you may not know that you have a conscious choice, but now that you're aware, now you have a choice, because the moment I share something, it now is here. But if you don't use it, that's fine. That's why knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is only power until you use and apply it. Otherwise, it's useless facts. Some of you have done the deep inner work, and you've done an amazing job on yourself. Absolutely amazing. Give yourself credit. In fact, give yourselves a round of applause, because you did fucking amazing. The rest who haven't done anything yet, it's okay. You're on your journey. You're going to figure it out, just like I had to. I wasn't born knowing any of these things. I consider myself the most fundamentally flawed human ever created in human history. I told myself that story because of my experience. But my experience was just that, just an experience. I had to change the meaning to those experiences. And that's the other thing. You get to decide what meanings you give to your life. That's a bar, write it down. You get to decide what meanings you attribute, assign, or attach to a specific experience. You have that conscious choice. You have that ability to decide. This is why that word decide should be used more often. I see a lot of people not using this word decide. I see a lot of people on YouTube and on Instagram and TikTok talking about you can have whatever it is you want, but they're not saying to decide. They're not saying it with more intensity. Fucking decide. Decide whatever it is that you desire to have and have it. As within, so without. If you keep getting focused on the illusion, you will get punished. Because the illusion is the physical. Yes, if I kick my feet right now, I'm going to stub my toe. This is very real. But the thing is, I can choose not to do that. And as I choose within, I'm not going to stub my toe. Most people don't have control over their mind. Their mind is like the wild beast, as I call it, or the puppeteer. And because most people don't have control over their mind, the rest of the world sees that person, and then you see that person, and then you're similar to them, and then you guys just follow the same. You guys are like, not you guys specifically, but you know, majority of people just follow a herd and just repeat the same thing that someone else is doing. I refuse to play the game like everybody else. There are a lot of people who are operating from the same state of being that I am in. I know because I have met them. And there's a lot of people. But here's the thing. There's still more of the people who don't understand how reality works. Otherwise, if everybody knew how reality works, we wouldn't be here. This is why you're on your game. You have your story, your mission, your purpose, your game is unfolding, your life is unfolding. Whatever metaphor you want to use, it's unfolding the way it's supposed to. And whenever you choose and decide to shift your game, watch as your game starts to shift in your favor when you choose for it to shift. As within, so without. Not as without, so within. But the problem is, as without is actually controlling your within, because most of you are taking the outer world as the real. And when I say the real, I'm referring to the fact of that what you see is what you get, and that's all you can get. No, you can change from within, and you'll watch as your life starts to unfold differently. You'll start to see things differently. Like, I think I shared this story before. There was someone who lives in New York. He worked downtown in downtown Manhattan, near the Empire State Building. He would always pass Fifth Avenue and Broadway. That's where the big giant Macy's store is, for those of you who know about New York. And there was a store that was in between the Macy's store and another store. But he had never seen this store before, ever. But that store had been there for over 25 years. But was completely invisible to him because he wasn't in the aligned vibration of that store. That store sold like crystals and like, you know, it was more spiritual. But he was a very pessimistic, like negative dude. So for 25 years, he walked by and he had no idea that store existed. And guess what happened? One day, he shifted within. Something clicked. He's like, what the fuck have I been doing? Similar to my story. What the fuck have I been doing? And so he navigated, he walked, as he always did, to his job in downtown Manhattan. And guess what happened? He noticed the store for the very first time and he walked in. And he was baffled because he's like, is this a new store? So he asked one of the employees who were working at the crystal store, and guess what they said? He asked, like, how long has this store been here? Morning. How are you?
Very
Very good. Awesome. Have you too. So he asked the employee, how long has the store been here? And the employee turned to him and said, it's been here for about 25 years. And he was like dumbfounded. He's like, what the fuck? How's that possible? Because the vibration or the frequency that he's on wasn't allowing him to see that store. There are certain things right now that is right in front of your very own eyes. I cannot emphasize this enough. There are things right in front of you right now that you cannot perceive based on your level of awareness. But when you start to slow down, you will start to see it clearly for what it is. This is the mind needing to stop and relax. Most minds on this planet are not relaxed. They're in hostility. They're in attack mode. They're in like, I need to fight. I need to fight somebody. I need to attack. Either I'm going to be attacked or I attack somebody. This is how most people's minds work. Attack. And so, if you're in that state of being, you're not going to perceive a lot of things. You simply aren't. You have tunnel vision. You're locked the fuck in. You're only going to see this when you have all of this, but you're not seeing all of this. You're only seeing this. So that's why I'm saying, like, when you start to become more conscious by slowing down and deciding to slow down, I can't emphasize this enough, to slow down within yourself. Relax. And I'm not saying like relax in like some negative way. I'm saying relax as like, just bring yourself to a more relaxed state. You know, like when you're watching Netflix or you're doom scrolling on YouTube or Instagram, right? You're probably in a relaxed state. And guess what happens when you're in a relaxed state? You start to be influenced by the world that you're seeing on a screen. That's how a lot of people are getting influenced by a bunch of bullshit on the screen. Some of you are getting influenced by some of the things I'm saying, both positively or negatively, right? Depending on your frequency that you're currently on. And so you're on this screen, this device, you're dropping into something called the theta brainwave state. You produce it before you go to sleep and as you wake up. You know, when you wake up and you're like, and you have that, like, your mind hasn't fully engaged yet, that's the perfect time when you are susceptible to anything. But most people, as soon as they wake up, they're on their phone and they're seeing chaos happening. It's unfolding. So guess what? You're starting your day with absolute chaos. And you go throughout your day and you're just perpetuating that chaos that you started the morning with because you chose and you decided to look at your phone. I'm not saying to not look at your phone. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is decide when you do turn on your phone and watch the first thing in the morning, choose something that can be of service to you, that can help you. Hell, it could be something that can make you laugh, something that brings you joy, something that can empower you, right? If you're looking at drama right first thing in the morning, because that's basically where you are in your frequency, pure drama. You get to decide in every present moment. I'm deciding to be of service and help. Some of you might not think this is help though, and that's fine. I'm not here for you. I'm here to serve those who actually are listening. For the rest of you who are just here jumping on my stream and wasting time, it's not for you right now. It's okay. I respect where you are in your journey. Even if you hate my guts and you want me like burnt to the stake or telling me I'm a this or that or whatever, name calling me whatever, yeah. YouTube can be ruthless, but can also be very, very beautiful because there have been lots of connections I have. So I'm focusing only on like people like Rihanna, like Suhail, or Sunil, like Underboss, like Soul Fam, T-Bray, Olga, like Chelsea, like Apocalypse, like Crazy Cat. I'm focusing on people like them because they are here to pay attention. They can have their own conversation, but they're here because they're listening. The rest, if someone new is jumping on my stream, and you're actually enjoying what I'm sharing, then I'm here for you too. But for the rest who are like trolls and dropping like a bunch of noise, I'm not here for you. Not presently. Maybe in 10 years from now, maybe. Not right now. So I decide every day to come on. I don't care who says what to me. It has no bearings to me. I've already played checkmate. I've already casted the game. It's done. I'm just walking the path now. And I also decide not to get distracted by a bunch of noise. So guess what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to make a conscious decision right now to come to the screen, scroll up, and kind of just read through the chat and see what kind of things were being said, both positive and negative, and see if someone actually left a question that I can help them with. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm deciding right now to come to the screen. So let's see what we got in the chat. Welcome back. Clone Trooper, I was just thinking about you. Underboss, good to see you. Vampire, you're here. Awesome. Good to see you, Vampire. That 15-minute drill, something powerful happens in your body and mind. Do it. Exactly. Wolf, you got it. Johnny Apple. Yep, me again. I'm just scrolling up through the chat, see who's here and who's been saying what. But good to see you, Mr. Clone Trooper. Sunil, do you guys notice that glitch in live at the bottom? I don't know what glitch. You'll have to show me the glitch. Vampire, good to have you, by the way. Rihanna, good to see you. I'm just scrolling back up on the chat to see who's been here. So it's more positive people, more in alignment right now. So this is good. Chelsea's here. Good to see you. Squats would help. Sure it does. Underboss. Yep. Good morning. Good morning to Anonymous. Hello, Anonymous. Good to see you. I'm just catching up on the chat now. Apocalypse. Good to see you, dude. And then, yeah. So the rest of the chat was actually positive. Cool. Look at that. I have chicken legs. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Thank you for your comment. I may have chicken legs, but I'm sure my chicken legs can do more than your entire body. That's a bar. Write it down. You asked for it, so you got it. Sometimes I play your third-dimensional games. Anyways, good to see all of you. And now that I know who's here, and I can lock really in now, you guys get to decide. You guys get to decide. I was almost going to trip there. You guys get to decide in every present moment what you entertain. I wanted to entertain that person who has chicken legs. I'll dance circles around you. I'll literally dance fucking circles around you. Alright. No more distraction. Now we're getting serious again. So, by the way, for those of you who are here, I removed filter words, so you're going to see more trolls jumping on the stream. So, expect to see a lot more trolliness. Now, I won't be looking at the chat for a little bit. So, for everyone who's here, Vampire, Rihanna, Chelsea, Apocalypse, Sunil, Underboss. Who am I missing? Clone, and everyone else. I do apologize because there's so many of you now. It's time to lock in. So you get to decide in every present moment, and remember, I keep saying in every present moment. Notice every day I talk about the present moment. Yeah, you're probably starting to notice a trend here. Morning. You're starting to notice a trend here. In every present morning, or every present morning. I was saying morning to somebody. I was mid-sentence while they were running by. In every present moment. Morning. Do you want to come down? You get to decide in every present moment. There's a doggy coming down here. In every present moment, what you choose to experience in your life. Hi, Bubba. We'll give them a moment. The socket? Is that what you're... Yeah. Okay. I mean, hey, thank you for feeding my algorithm. That's hilarious. Have a good day. Thank you. Truth, huh? Well, you'll see truth when I see you on the other side. I'll be laughing my ass out at you on the other side. I'll be like, so, Mr. Mr. Truth. Can't wait till I see some of you on the other side. I'll have the biggest laugh while the rest of you will probably have to come back and have to relive life again because you didn't get the lesson the first time. Anyways, I'm done paying attention to the chat. So keep feeding my algorithm. Y'all keep feeding my algorithm. So, you get to decide in every present moment what you entertain. So like I gave that person a little bit of entertainment. So I decided to give that person some I fed him some attention because he's very much seeking it right now. That's what people do on the internet. They troll, right? Trolls seek attention because they're not getting it anywhere else. So I figured you come here, I'll give you a little bit, just a smidge, a little appetizer. But you get to decide in every present moment what you entertain in your life. It's just that simple. And for me, there's a lot of things I don't entertain. Like, there's a bunch of things that some of you share, the trolls, and I'm like, okay. Maybe in your world, but not in my world. That's for damn sure. My world is vastly different. I don't adhere to limitations. I don't adhere to a bunch of stupid third-dimensional perspectives that the world keeps throwing over and over and over again. Morning. How are you both? You good? Okay, good. Perfect. You get to decide in every present moment what you choose to entertain in your life. In every present moment, which is every present moment that's passing on by. Some of you who are in your 30s, you lived over 1 billion seconds. Some of you who are in your 20s, you haven't lived 1 billion seconds yet. And every second that you have lived, you're recreating yourself anew in the higher realm. So there's been, for those who are in your 30s, there's been 1 billion different versions of you. Even though you simultaneously have been the same person in the mental realm, you're recreating yourself anew in every present moment. Your mind just can't fathom that. Your mind's not designed to fathom such things. It's impossible. But there has been 1 billion different versions of you, and every moment going forward until you finally leave the world, your final breath you ever take, which, by the way, I have news for some of you. That's going to happen. So continue to live your life, and when you're about to lose your when you're about to breathe your final breath, you'll be crying your eyes out because you forgot how life was supposed to be played. I hate to be the bearer of bad news on that one, but all of us are going to be sooner than later, but eventually everyone is going to meet the same fate. So you get to decide in every present moment what you choose to entertain as positive or negative or whatever's happening in your life. You get to decide. The choice is yours. Quite literally, the choice is yours. You get to decide. I'm going to probably call tomorrow Choose. I should have named today Choose, but it's okay. Choosing and deciding are almost basically the same thing. They're like synonyms of each other. So what will you choose? What will you decide for yourself? Harmony, joy, love, or suffering, chaos, and struggle? You see, a YouTube video is not going to tell you a lot of things. I'm live right now, and you guys are live with me. You're not watching a YouTube video. You're actually live with me. So in this present moment, you can decide. Now, of course, I can make a YouTube video with all of what I'm sharing, but it won't have the same effect. A live stream is so much more different. Have a great day. A live stream has a different effect than a video. Because you watch a video, it's like watching an episode of whatever TV show or whatever show you watch. But then you can leave a comment or you can choose not to. A live stream is live. It's actually activating your emotions while I'm speaking. I mean, I can potentially engage with some of you and kind of like feed off what you're sharing, or I simply just keep going without being distracted. But you get to decide. Most of you forget that you can decide. So I came here to remind each of you, you have a decision to make in every present moment. You can choose to live a wonderful life. Even though your wonderful life, it's not going to be, you're still not going to not have problems. Problems are still going to show up. It's just going to allow you to navigate it easier. Things are going to still happen. Life's going to still life at you. Right? Life's going to throw a damn curveball at you, and you'll get to see how you get to flex your muscles to see how you handle it. Not your physical muscles, your mental muscles. But you might have to use your physical body to overcome whatever it is. Anyways, you get to decide. I can't emphasize this word, decide. Decide that you can have a great life. Or not even can, decide that you are living a great life right in this moment. Just decide. And watch as life starts to unfold based on your decision that you make. But you have to be real within yourself, what it is. The mind's going to tell you, that's not real, that's not possible. Can't do it. It's not possible. Of course it is. You get to decide. But the mind's going to continue to play this game within yourself, saying it's not possible. When you master your mind, you master reality. That's a bar, write it down. If you don't master your mind, you will never master reality. That's another bar, write it down. So once you know what the mind is doing, you can simply make a decision. And the mind's not going to like your decision. The mind's going to fight you. In fact, you have I heard something this morning. It was so powerful. You have a commander at the helm of your ship. You can call it the captain of your mind. But there is someone lurking in the shadows, the inner scribe, who's in the engine room, who is not taking commands from the commander or the captain. Morning. And that is your subconscious mind. Ooh, this one. Your subconscious mind doesn't use and doesn't adhere to logic. It doesn't adhere to words necessarily. It adheres to emotions. Words do produce emotions though, but your subconscious mind is using your emotions, and your emotions are more powerful than your logic. And if you don't know how to handle your emotions will override your logic. You can use your logics to wield your emotions in a particular way. That's why you were given a conscious mind to think and to use your emotions and wield it like a fucking sword of infinite power. But most of you are being finessed by the mind, and that sword has become like a what do you call that rope that you hang somebody with? Is it a noose? I don't know what whatever that rope is called. That's what most of your minds are like. You're basically being finessed by the mind, and you're hanging yourself. When you had the sword to cut the fucking rope. You have the sword right now in your hand. But are you going to actually use your sword properly? Or you're going to take the sword and yourself? Hey. Morning. Ready? I love when you say that. I always look forward to hearing that. How are you feeling today? Good?
So far.
Morning. How are you? Good. Amazing. No complaints. I love seeing you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah, some people is okay. I like talking with them.
Yeah. This is why I talk with everybody, because it opens up.
Yeah. Sometimes the people you have the faith to talk to
Yeah.
But someone to talk okay.
Exactly.
Everybody's different.
Everybody's different.
You see, we have 5 fingers. Everyone is different.
It's true. Spot on.
Don't go there. Big, Okay.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. I love when I get to see him. It's a gentleman with the black dog that I get to see every day. And I ask him, and I point, and I see him like, ready? And he always says no complaints. I always look forward to hearing that. It brings me joy because, when he lives one moment at a time. He's very present with himself. And his dog is also a reflection of his inner state of being. Because he decided that he's 86 or 87 years young. He decided that he wants to be at peace within himself. What's the point of being in chaos when he can choose to be at peace? He consciously chose and decided that for himself. Which is perfect time. There's another sister who just passed by. She chooses to smile. She chooses to be happy. It doesn't mean that shit isn't happening in your life, but you get to navigate it with ease because you decided that, you know what, I'm not going to make this a problem. Most people, and I talked about this last night, just before I ended the stream, that most of us, we tend to create a problem out of nothing. All because the mind is always looking to solve a problem. Because if the mind does not feel like it's solving something, and I really require you guys to pay attention to this. If the mind is not solving a problem, it feels like it's failing. And if it's failing, failure will lead to death. It's hardwired in our biology, but you can override that biology. You can override it with your logic. This is why you were given a thinking mind to use, to wield that sword with your emotions. The sword of infinite emotions. But most of you guys are either taking your sword and throwing it away, or getting that rope and hanging yourself without you knowing that you're hanging yourself based on the words, the thoughts, the beliefs that you have of yourself. And I came here to remind each of you how powerful and magical you actually are. Even if you don't, fuck the word magic. You're just very powerful. And I don't mean that in some narcissistic, like evil way. I'm talking about your inner willpower. The very fact that you can get the fuck up every day. Right? There are many people who don't wake up every day. In fact, every second someone's dying, if you didn't know that. Did you know that? There's 186,000 seconds in the day. There's 186,000 plus people dying, but there's also 186,000 plus people who are being born into the world. Every second somebody's being born, if you didn't know that. Don't believe me? Look up the stats. There's always someone leaving and coming into the world, and you're still here. That in itself should give you the fuel to go through your day with anything. Nothing can stop you. No person's words can bring you down, because you put yourself on in your inner world, you put yourself on a pedestal. You put yourself on a fucking pedestal, not someone else. But in your outer world, you're equal to everybody. But there's no person that can bring you down unless you allow it to happen. Morning. Unless you allow it to happen. If you decided that this person is pissing you off, then you've decided that, yes, they might be pissing you off, but guess what? That pissing off feeling is activating something that you have to release, because you wouldn't be triggered if they didn't say that. If they said something and it didn't trigger you, you'd be like, whatever. Like if someone came up to you and said, I don't like your fucking blue hair. You don't have blue hair. It doesn't have any relevancy to you. But if you have blonde hair and someone says, I don't like your fucking blonde hair, and you get triggered by that, there's something that you have to let go of within yourself so you can free yourself. Anytime any of you get triggered, it's just a feedback response of something that somebody said in the past, which is still playing out now. Subconscious mind does not adhere to time. It uses emotion. It transcends logic and linearity. Your subconscious mind is illogical, and it's not rational. It's irrational. You have to realize what the subconscious mind is doing. That's the inner scribe I was referring to. That's the one that's not listening to the command, like the one that you're the commander. You're the commander. It's not listening to you. And the mind and the subconscious mind are then they're tag teaming against you and using your body, your vessel, your vehicle against you. Hence why so many people are afraid to do certain things. I used to be fucking afraid to talk in front of people. Yeah, I'm talking to the screen right now, but I have no fear to talk to anybody. If they ask me what the fuck I'm doing, I tell them exactly what I'm doing. I'm helping people around the world. I help people around the world, and I have 6 beautiful clients, 12 waiting, actually it's 13 now, 13 waiting in the wings when I'm done with these guys, that I help them to blast past this so that they can use it, not be used by it. So they're using it, not being used by it. There we go, that's better. So that they can live their best life. And all of them are living their best life. Now they're making more money, they're getting more impact, and they have their dream life. All because they decided within themselves that this is what they can have. It's just that simple. The human mind likes to make things more complicated because everybody's looking for this mysterious, like, transcendental answer. Your transcendental answer is right here. It's so simple, but the problem is the mind doesn't adhere to simplicity. It fucking hates simplicity. I hope you heard that carefully. The mind does not like simplicity. Because if it was simple and easy, and it is very simple and easy, then why isn't everybody else doing it? Because the mind in most people are controlling the human. And unfortunately, if you don't know that you are not the mind, you have a mind, you will be 100% of the time being finessed by the mind, and you will get got. For my gangster people, you're going to get got. You're going to get shanked by yourself. You are not the mind, you have a mind. And your mind can be either wielded with absolute magic and power, or wielded for absolute destruction and chaos. You have both swords. You get to decide which sword you use. Sword of infinite creation or sword of infinite destruction. And destruction sometimes is necessary. When I say destruction, that doesn't mean negativity. It could mean like removing the bullshit that was never meant to be in your life. So you use the sword of destruction and destroy the old beliefs and old shit. And then you take the new sword, or the other sword, the sword of creation, and you start to wield it the way you desire to wield it. By bringing forth the new beliefs, what you choose to entertain, and walk in the path no matter what the world shows you. I had to say that I had clients before I actually physically have clients, and now I actually have clients. That's why I work Mondays. It's amazing. It's amazing when you start to tell yourself a story within, how it starts to repeat out in the physical world. But you have to emotionalize it before it actually shows in the physical world. You got to be it before the world proves it to you. You got to decide that this is who you are, and it doesn't matter what the world shows you, what somebody tells you, you are that person. Nothing more, nothing less, and you're not going to settle for anything less, and you get to decide what that is in every present moment. I hope this is landing for some of you. No, I don't hope. I trust it's landing for some of you who are paying attention. If it's not landing, it's okay. It's just because your mind is currently still finessing you. What does finessing mean? It has control over you. That's when I say finesse. Finessing means that it basically takes over you 100% of the time. You're being finessed. That's just another fancier way of saying you're being controlled. Some of you are like, but I am in control of my mind. Are you? Okay. So let me ask you, if you're in control of your mind, are you living your best life? If you are living your best life, then perfect. You need nothing. You don't need to hear anything that I have to say. Zero. Go live your life. The universe is waiting for you to help the people that you're supposed to be helping. There's a few of you on the chat, and I don't know your actual purpose, but I'm sure you all are meant to do something similar to what I'm doing. It doesn't mean like working with the clients. I mean like service, like of giving back and helping people. My question is why? Right? Why aren't you? Morning. Why aren't you doing it? Are you afraid? Is something stopping you? What's stopping you? Hello. I'll let you just fly around me for a moment. Are you happy? It's like circling me right now. Are you happy? Is it bringing you joy that you are where you are? But there are people waiting for you, by the way, who need your help. I'm not there to help them. It's you that's supposed to help them. And the more you take to get to your purpose, and the longer you keep saying no to yourself, and the longer you decide that something isn't for you, even though it is for you, and guess what? There are people who are waiting for you who are suffering right now. I've decided I had to put my foot down and just decide and declare that I'm helping people now. You're never going to be ready. Ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. And there's been so many people on this channel specifically who's already gone to help. I've done my job. I really have. I don't need to actually be on my live stream anymore. I really don't. But I know that there's still more people who need to hear some of these things. Like yesterday, Vampire showed up. Right? Vampire showed up. A couple days ago, True Manchu showed up. They needed to hear some of the stuff that I have to say. They showed up. If I had stopped, then they would have never heard it from me. They would have heard it from someone else. Maybe 10 years from now. I always use 10 years as a measuring stick because it takes most people to figure shit out 10 to 15 years. Most people, not everybody. Some get it sooner. Some take many more years to figure shit out. So that's why I consciously choose and decide every day that I know that there might be someone who needs to hear this, who requires these words. These are not me helping you, it's actually you helping yourself. Right? This is you helping you by reminding you of who you actually are. So I decide in every present moment that I'm here to serve. This is not about me. Zero. I came here to help. In the process, yes, I will still receive stuff. I'm not going to push it away. I will always receive what I'm supposed to receive. But it's about all of you. Servitude. I came here to serve. I came here to make sure that everyone is able to live, or at least have the choice, the choice of knowing that they have the power in every present moment to alter their experience for the better or in more alignment. If this was 2 years ago, I wasn't speaking at this level 2 years ago though. I did start to be aware that it does start within. I did know that because I had started to realize that 7 years ago, but really started to take full force 2 years ago. Had I spoken to you 2 years ago, you wouldn't get this version of me. You would have got a very love and light and namaste type of dude. A very I care about you very, very, and I do care about all of you very, very much, but I'm very neutral about it now. I'm not getting entrenched in your emotions and your beliefs. I used to take on other people's beliefs and catch their stray bullets. I don't do that anymore. I consciously decide that I am neutral to every one of you. I have so much love and respect for everyone, but I'm also very neutral. You are where you are, and you are going to figure it out when you're supposed to figure it out. And you're on your journey. I can't impede on your journey. What I can do is to sort of kind of light a flame to show you what is possible. And then this is a possibility for all of you. Doesn't mean that you need to walk it. I'm not here to force any of you to do this. There's nothing forced about what I'm here to do. I'm literally here to show you, this is a potential opportunity for you that you can potentially have, whatever that is. And you have a choice and a decision to make on how you go about doing it in your own life. That's what I came here to do. To make sure you guys know that you have a choice. Everything is basically, what I'm getting to is about choice, knowing that you're enough, knowing that you're born enough, knowing that you have everything within you and that you're the answer. You are the fucking answer because it's your life. It's not your mom's life. It's not your dad's life. It's your life. It's not your brother's life. It's not your partner's life. It's your life. You're the answer to your own life. You are the sum of all the answers you're looking for in your life. It's you. You're the square root of your answer. You. Y-O-U. 3 letters. Y-O-U. And the letter O in the middle, it's a very fancy word, or a fancy letter. The letter O is a representation of a circle. Circle, cyclical. The letter O is very, very interesting because it also has the word oneness applied to it. You are the totality of it all, one with it all. It's a circle. Look at a clock, it's also a circle. Time is not linear. On a humanistic scale from the third dimensional mind, it looks linear, but from a different realm of existence, it is not linear. In fact, it is cyclical. You can go at any point at any time. You're here, you want to be here, go there. You decide within yourself. You're already there. Congratulations. You already have everything you want or everything you desire to have. Congratulations. It's already done. Now, in the physical realm, it hasn't shown up yet. This is where the challenge comes. Can you stay locked in your inner world while you're in the outer world? Have a great day, bro. Thank you. Can you lock in and stay the course? Even when all the storms are coming, can you stay the course with your ship and steer it through that storm? And knowing that no matter what, you're always going to get to your destination because you already are at your destination. You're just taking the path there. Can you stay the course? Thank you, you too. Indeed. That's why I point the camera this way. Yeah. I love your smile. Remember to keep smiling.
Yes. Thank you.
You too. So the more that you can command your ship and steer it in the direction that you've decided it, and you're not going to deviate. Life's going to attempt to deviate you, though. It's designed to distract you, deter you, distort you, and deviate you. That's a bar right now. There's a lot of D words there. Distort, distract, deviate, and deter you from your course, from your destination. Have a great day, sister. Thank you. But you get to decide, and this is a very powerful D word, how you get to your destination. Decide, you're already at your destination. But you're going to get other D words, and this just came through. This is the universe working right through this vessel right now. That's going to deter you, distract you. Hell, it could even fucking divide you within yourself. That's another D word. Distort things. Insert your words. Insert D word here. So if you don't pay attention to what the fuck is going on within yourself, this is going to get you. Reality is designed right now to bring you to your knees and beg for your mercy, because you're getting influenced by the external world. When you know how the rules of the game works, you will play the game differently. That's a bar, write it down. If you don't know the rules of the game, you will not play the game properly. I guarantee it. I know, because I suffered for many years not knowing how the game was played. And yes, your life is a game, whether you like to believe that to be true or not. I'm not reading the chat. I was just kind of seeing I was just kind of like seeing the last couple messages. I do apologize for anybody who has left anything amazing in the chat, but I'm locked the fuck in right now. I'm cooking right now, as you can tell. That's what I do. And I'm really good at what I do. Anyways, so reality is going to distract you, deter you, distort shit, and keep you divided within yourself, because you don't know how the game works. When you know how the game works within yourself, you can shift the game. And you can start to decide that you're already at your destination. Decide that take those two D words, decide, destination, and put them together. You're already there. Decide you're already there. Done. Congratulations. You use the letter O, or you use your clock, the circle. All these things are hidden right in front of you in plain sight. The answers that you're looking for are in plain fucking sight. You're just not being able to see it because you've been finessed by the mind, and like everyone else has been finessed by their mind, haven't come to the realization that the answers are right here, right now. It's right here. There is a person who jumps on, you know who he is. I need evidence. He's probably here. I summon you, Mr. I need evidence. Come forth, Mr. I need evidence. He's probably here listening in the background. He hasn't said a word. Maybe he is there. I need evidence. Your fucking evidence is right here. It's right in front of you. Look to the fucking clock. See a circle. Don't look at the time. Look at different points in reality where you can be at every present moment. Parallel spaces. Some of you don't believe in parallel reality. It actually does exist. There's a version of you, all of you, just so you know, there's a version of you who is the world's richest person. There's a version of you who's also the world's poorest person, even though there's no such thing as a poorest person. That's subjective. There's a version of you who's the greatest chef in the world. There's a version of you who's the greatest architect in the world. There's a version of you who's the greatest speaker in the world. There's a version of you who is the greatest dancer in the world. There's a version of you who's the greatest painter in the world. There's a version of you who's the greatest pianist playing the piano in the world. There's a version of you who's the greatest BMX bike, because I just saw a BMX bike just drive on by there or ride on by. Greatest BMX biker in the world who's able to perform stunts. What was his name? He has red hair. I forget his name. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll use Tony Hawk. You can be the world's greatest fucking skateboarder. You can be the world's greatest basketball player. But then on the opposite spectrum, there is you who is in the worst relationship ever created in human history. There's a version of you who is drowning in billions of dollars in debt, even though it is what it is. There's a version of you who is in jail. There's a version of you who is doing drugs, who is cutting themselves. There's a version of you who does all kinds of shit. There is parallel spaces, but guess what that is? You get to decide in every present moment what version of you want to be. It's just that simple. Be it before the world proves it to you. Because in quantum mechanics, for those of you who love the science aspect of this, there's waveforms and particles, and there's something called the double slit experiment. I talked about it yesterday, and it's funny that when I talked about it a couple days ago, Underboss also talked about the double slit experiment, which was hilarious. Or it was either him or True Manchu. Somebody mentioned it. I was talking about it earlier at the water. It's hilarious. No coincidences there. The double slit experiment, for those of you who are wondering, waveform, which is it's not the purest form of energy. Energy is just pure. It just is. It turns into waveforms when you're not looking at it. But when you look at it, it becomes particles. So what that means is when you look at energy, your focus, your attention is energy. Just so you know, you got to remember this. Your focus, your concentration, and your attention is a vibration, which is energy, which creates a frequency. Once it's creating a frequency, it becomes particles. And in the physical realm, this third dimensional realm, it takes a fair bit of time, human time, for it to materialize into physical form. All those particles and waveforms have to rearrange itself based on your decision, based on your focus, based on your frequency, whatever that is. The more you lock the fuck in within yourself, you will see your reality change. But if you keep this set of people are like this, and that people is doing that, and I hate the world, and blah, 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 guess what the fuck you're going to keep creating? The same shit over and over. You're just going to keep perpetuating the same garbage that you don't like. It's just that simple. But the mind's not going to make you feel like it's simple. I almost fell there. I knew I was going to catch my balance. The mind is not going to make it feel simple. It's going to feel like you're running fucking obstacle course and you're having to do a bunch of bullshit. You have to just decide. And the mind will eventually allow things to unfold because it wants you to always be safe. That's it. As long as you are safe, the mind will it will yield and bow down as the servant it's supposed to be. But most of everyone's minds, including minds once upon a time, is the master. The mind is the master. And it's a horrible master. It's a terrible master. It's a wonderful servant, but a horrible master. That's a bar, write it down. And unfortunately, a lot of people's minds are their master. And when you're being mastered by the mind, you're cooked. You're cooked. You're done. Because you've taken on the world's definitions. And remember, when I say the world, you're taking on the narrative that's continuing to be spewed out. The more people keep adhering to lack and fear and worry and doubt, you're just feeding the force field around the earth, and everybody else can pick up that thought and feel it within themselves. So the more that all of you keep deciding fear and lack and worry, the more you're going to have that in your reality. That's how this works. The all is mind, the universe is mental. But the more people who are starting to subscribe to abundance, joy, prosperity within themselves, and they're radiating it out to undo the garbage that the world keeps saying, eventually the world is going to start to feel more abundant. The world will start to see each other as equal, no one seeing each other as this thing or that thing or whatever. You'll start to see everybody as one. I see everybody as one. I don't see separation. There is no separation between you and I. I can't physically see you guys, obviously, but I know you guys are there. I don't know what you look like, and I don't give a fuck what you look like. You're divine beings. That's it. Every person I see on the trail, they're fucking divine beings. They just, some of them know and some of them forgot. It's just that simple. For those who forgot, if they want to hear, I remind them. If they don't want to hear, no big deal. Same with all of you. If some of you come on my stream and you're like, fuck you, or you idiot, or whatever, you know, insert your negative word towards me that has no bearing on me, because I know myself. It has no effect whatsoever on me. I entertain some of your words, but I don't internalize it as my truth, because I know my truth. It is what it is. But for those who are, I still have so much respect for you, because I know where you are in your mind. Your mind has completely gaslit you and finessed you. I've been there. The one who has been through it all is the one who can see it all. And yeah, I've been through it, almost all of it. Have I been to prison? No. Do I know what it feels like to be in prison? Yes. Do I know what it feels like to be tortured? Yes. Do I know what it feels like to feel physically tortured? Yes. Do I know what it feels like to be humiliated, rejected, alone, loneliness, sadness, depression, despair, apathy, grief, the absolute ringer? Yes. That's why I know when I see some of you and you're in that state, I know what you're feeling. I can feel it viscerally through my body. It's not mine, but I know what it feels like because I know what you're going through. I may not have lived your story, but I definitely know what you're going through. That's why the one who has been through it, is the one who can help someone through it. That's a bar, write it down. You can't help somebody if you haven't gone through it yourself. Like if I had an easy life, I'd have literally no business speaking on YouTube, to be quite honest. Because I wouldn't be able to relate to some of you. And here's the thing about relatability. The mind is always striving for relatability. Because if you're not relatable to the people around you, you become that alien around them. And then that alien feeling will feel like you're being isolated. That isolation will then feel like you're going to be exiled, and then you're eventually going to be in death. Because it's hardwired in our biology, again, that if you are not with other people and you're not getting attention or approval by others, even though you don't need other people's approvals, hello, you don't need other people's approvals, you just need yourself, you will isolate yourself, and guess what's going to happen? Your ass is going to get cooked within yourself. And that's how depression happens. Morning. How are you? You good?
Yeah,
good. Thank you. You too. I will. Thank you so much. Have a great day. There was a brother who just said, whatever mission I have, I trust that you're going to accomplish it. I never seen him before, and that just happened. That's how this shit works, y'all. Because I've decided that everybody understands what I came here to do, number one, but also that I see everybody as me. He was like, blessings to you, bro. I trust that you accomplish your mission. You damn right I'm going to accomplish my mission. It's unfolding right now. So thank you. Even though he's gone now, but I've never seen him before. And I needed to hear, and this character had to be reminded of that. That's why I will continue to do what I'm doing. I don't care if there's people calling me, fuck you, you idiot, or you dirty ass Indian, or whatever. First of all, for those of you who've been calling me that, I'm not Indian. I'm a fucking soul. I transcend all culture and religion. That's number one. Number two, I don't give a fuck even if you say that. I could give fuck all about that. I know who I am. If you want to say that, it just shows me your level of awareness. You just show me exactly where you are. And that means that you are where you are, and I'm not entertaining your second dimensional thoughts with your first dimensional perspectives. I've already played fucking checkmate with you. Anyways, that's a little bit of distraction. That's the mind. My point to say is this. You get to decide in every present moment. Have a great day. Thank you. You get to decide in every present moment what you choose to have, be, and do. Choose and decide. Not tomorrow. Maybe some of you need to sit down and write shit out. That helps. You get to get a piece of paper. Yeah, old school. Get a fucking piece of paper, get a pencil or pen, and write shit out if you have to do that. If you want to do some homework, here's your homework. Get out a piece of paper, get out a pen or pencil, and write shit out. What is it that you desire? And the universe requires specificity. If it's an amount of money, how much money do you desire to have? Write it out. Don't be vague. Don't say, I desire to be a millionaire. That doesn't mean shit to the universe. Give a fucking number. Is it 1,300,000? Is it 6 billion? Is it 55 trillion? Even though, I went there. Yeah. Is it only $100,000? Write it out. Don't put a date. Don't put timeline on this, and don't put a how and when. Just know that you already have it within. Write it out. Partner. You want a partner. You want to be in a relationship? If you're a man, write out your dream partner. What is she like? I'm not just talking about the physical. I'm talking about the inner world. Like, what is she like? Is she kind? Is she sweet? Is she appreciating? Does she adore you? Does she love you? Does she appreciate the things you do? And for my women, write out your dream dude. What is he like? Is he considerate? Is he caring? Is he listening? Because girls like men to listen. Girls don't like men helping them solve their problem. Girls just want men to listen. Listen carefully, guys. Who is single right now? Women do not like you to solve their problems. They just want you to listen to what they have to say. Just fucking listen. And women, men do not like to be criticized. Appreciate your dude. No matter if he's doing something wrong in your eyes, still appreciate him. I'm not a dating expert, but I sure as hell know how the human psychology works between men and women. Most humans don't know a damn thing about anything. And it's somewhat annoying when I hear people on the internet who don't know what the fuck they're talking about and have to clean up their fucking mess. But I get to do it because it's endless work for me. So thank you, all those people. See, I shifted the perspective. Thank you to all those people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, so I can clean up the mess that you've left for me to clean up. And I can do a really good job of cleaning the mess up. All the stray bullets that some of you caught, based on some of the words that some people have said on the internet, it's time for me to undo that bullet. But you're really undoing it for yourself. It's not me. I'm just the mirror reflecting back who you already are. Every one of you has already accomplished everything in my eyes. You've accomplished your goals and your dreams, whatever that is. It's no longer a dream, it's your fucking reality. How about that? Take the word dream and chuck it. Take the word goals and chuck it. Throw that word out. Goals and dreams, throw it out. It's your reality right now. That's it. Decide. I don't speak with love and light and namaste. I talk with power, with conviction. I know that all of you have already accomplished everything. I've already seen it. You just have to decide. And if you want to argue that this is not how it works and blah, 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 then you're just choosing to continue to be difficult with yourself. So keep fighting if any of you are fighting in the chat. That's not how it works. Well, you decide how it works. You're the lawmaker of your reality. You get to decide. I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to give everything I've got before I leave. I'm not going to hold back an ounce of what I have to say on this planet. I will not. I don't care who gets in my way. I will say what needs to be said. Because I know what I came here to do now. And I'm clear as fucking day as to what I came here to do. Some of you, I'm not saying you guys, some people are going to attempt to impede on my mission. Let them. That just allows me to flex my muscles to see how I'm going to navigate. It's not going to be smooth sailing for me. I'm going to have a lot of resistance. A lot of people with their third dimensional perspectives attempting to say this is how it works and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it works for how you think how it works. If that's how it works for you, congratulations. But that's not how it works for me. There's no fucking way I'm going to be listening to those who don't know who they are and they're saying that this is how reality works. Hello, if you don't even know who the fuck you are, what makes you think you even know how reality works? Get the fuck out of here. I can be third dimensional too with my character. Sometimes I let this character out and I let him start swearing. I let him start to get into third dimensional perspectives. I let it at times. It's good for the character. Sometimes I let the character out, you know? Go and get that third dimensional human mind right now. Morning. All right. I'm going to decide right now to read the chat. So I'm deciding. So let's see what's going on in chat. What do we got? What do we got? Is it just me and you, Underboss? If it's just me and you, awesome. I'm sure there's more. Welcome, Sharpness. I didn't even know you were here. Hello. Good to see you. See, Mr. Jack, one behavior and you are gone. I'm just reading the chat. This is funny. All right, anyways. Vampy's here? Okay, cool. I guess that's the name now, Vampy? I don't know if Vampy will like me to say Vampy. I'll just still call him Vampire. Vampire, good to have you. It doesn't matter if I'm talking to one person or nobody. As long as, you know, I'm just live, I will just speak. So, if Rihanna's still here, Sugar Pie. I saw what you said earlier, Sugar Pie. Sugar Pie? Yeah. Have a great day. Thank you. So, again, you get to decide, y'all, in every present moment, what you choose to entertain as your truth. You get to decide. All of you get to decide. All of you, listen carefully one more time. All of you get to decide in every present moment what you choose to entertain as your truth. You get to decide.
You got Instagram?
YouTube right now, but yes, I'm Orion Stellar on Instagram.
Hurt Season. HURTSEASON, man.
I will.
Hey, yo. Y'all heard it?
Yeah.
Hurt Season approved this message.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Hurt Season on Instagram. You can look him up. He approves of the message. You get to decide in every present moment. Not that I require validation, but that was nice. You guys get to decide in every present moment, whatever it is that you choose to entertain. It's just that simple. Listen to how powerful those words are. You get to decide in every present moment. What is every present moment? Every moment that's passing by. In every present moment. That moment, you can instantly flip the light switch. But your mind's not going to make you do that. Your mind, if you have no control over your mind's going to make you believe that you can't turn the switch on. And the mind's going to make you keep believing a bunch of bullshit. And guess what? My mind does the same shit too. It still does. It still talks. And I'm like, I listen to it. Remember, I usually do this. Hello, I see what you're doing. What are you doing? I start doing this kind of thing. Knowing that I'm pointing at it and I'm like, I can see you. What the fuck are you doing? When you start to see the mind as a second you can start to hear the mind for what it's saying and doing, and you can stop it in its tracks. You're not You're not fighting it. You're not beating it up. You're simply telling it to stop and listen and relax, that you've got it under control, that you can handle it, because you are the infinite being. It is not infinite. It wants to know how things are going to unfold. It wants to know how, it wants to know how all things are going to be laid out. It wants to see all the steps. It cannot see all the steps. It is not possible. You have to take the steps, and then the steps will be revealed. So that uncertainty, you're going to have to walk through uncertainty without knowing how shit's going to unfold for you. I had to do that for, when did I leave my job? In 2022. It's been almost 4 years. I wasn't making any income for 3 years, and now I'm starting to make income. I have my clients, which is fucking awesome. So fucking happy about that. Anyways, but I had to walk through uncertainty knowing that this is who I am. This is the fucking path that I'm supposed to be walking. I'm not meant to be walking some stupid ass path, doing IT and other bullshit. I came here to fucking serve and help the people of the world. And not just like 100 people. I came here to serve 8 billion people, but not 8 billion people are ready. So let's chop that number down a little bit. 5 billion people, half of the planet. I came here to impact half of the planet. Impact half of the planet, and I'm going to do it because I've already done it in another time. And I'm just matching and reaching the version who has already done it. I'm not going to hold back. I will not hold back any longer. I've held back for too long. And I won't gatekeep shit either. I will tell you all as is. If you want to work with me one-on-one, link in the description. Because if you're working with me one-on-one, we go deeper. I don't go deep with any of you in the chat as much because this is kind of generalization. But if you want to work with me one-on-one because you feel like something is holding you hostage, then link in the description. But I came here to make sure I give it all. This is value. There are people paying for not even 1% of what I'm saying, and they're paying thousands of dollars to only get 1% of what I've shared. You are the answer. People spend millions of dollars in coaching and on themselves to only still struggle and still haven't figured it out. You are the answer. It always has been you, and you get to decide what you choose to entertain as your truth, decide what you choose to believe, choose to decide what to feel. You get to decide in every fucking present moment what you feel. And yes, there are times that life's gonna throw you a fucking curveball and shit's gonna feel like crap, but you get to decide how long you stay in that feeling. Yes, you're gonna have to feel that feeling. Yes, you're not gonna be ignorant, or you're going to be gaslighting yourself into believing that like you're feeling great even though deep down you're feeling like shit. Feel the shit, but get out of it faster. Decide. You don't have to stay there for 10 years. Remember, I keep telling you about the story of someone that I know. She will not let go of her story because it's, for some reason, it's still serving her. I can't impede on her journey. I've already shared enough with her, and I have to just let it be. She might take another 10 years to fucking heal. It'll be 20 years. She could have been with her partner sooner rather than later, but she unfortunately has this boycott against men. So she watches a lot of content that men are evil and they're mean and they're nasty and they're cheaters and they're liars, because there's a bunch of content out there. Because what she is currently believing is true is confirming with her confirmation bias, and is pointing truth into her YouTube and her Instagram. Because she sends me a video like 8 months ago showing like, you see, Orion, you see, men are like this. I'm like, no, this is just someone else who's also experiencing what you're experiencing based on their level of awareness. It has nothing to do with you. You are within yourself bringing forth that, and that is being brought into your attention because that's where you're placing it, and thus you're creating that content to be brought into your reality so that you can continue to perpetuate your beliefs. That is how this shit fucking works. As within, so without. That's why I say you are the answer. I cannot emphasize that enough. Go ahead. If you guys truly believe or know that I'm telling you a lie about you're the answer, go hire a fucking coach and they'll give you maybe a quarter of a percent of what I just said. But they're going to make sure that they not all coaches are like this, but majority are, where they're going to continue to gnaw at your physical resources, and they'll keep wanting you to keep paying more. You want more time with me? Pay more time. You want more of this? Give me more. Nothing wrong with their business model. You know, I'm not here to stop them with their business model, but what I'm here to do is remind them that they're still creating a bunch of noise and mess that I will be cleaning up. It's not just me cleaning up, there's others cleaning it up too. We're basically here to clean up the fucking mess that they're leaving behind. Just wait. When I'm on like a Joe Rogan podcast, because it's already happened, his audience is going to be blown out of the fucking water by the things that I say. Because I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to gatekeep anything. You are the answer. It's just that simple. Stop obfuscating. You don't need all this 10 million fucking techniques and shit. Decide that you are the answer and that you have everything within yourself right now. That's it. Simple. But Orion, that's not true. We have to go learn, blah, 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 blah. Sure. You're going to go and find people who will mirror back what you already possess within, but they already have it in their conscious mind and you don't have it here yet, but you have it here. So you're going to be getting it from them and then it'll be sent here. So yeah, you can use the word learning, but guess what? You're not really learning anything. You are remembering what you have forgotten. That's a bar, and I really mean this one. That's a fucking bar. Write it down. You are remembering what you have forgotten. You may think, but I've never had that experience. I never had this information. You always had it. It's right here. I'm telling you that you have the answers right here. It's just not here. You've been programmed that you only think with here, but you have here too. You are the answer. I want to share something with you. When you guys say, I know that song, off by what? Do you say it off by head or off by heart? See how hidden things are in plain sight? Listen to that one more time. When you guys say, yeah, I know that thing off by what? By head or by heart? Most of you are going to say heart. None of you, unless you're being a little smarty pants, you're probably going to say head, but that's not how the saying goes. I know everything off by heart. That is a representation that the mind, there is an infinite intelligence within your heart. See how things are hidden in plain sight and you're not realizing? I know everything. I know that song's lyrics off by heart, not by head. I know there's another way of saying, I know that song off the top of my head, but that's not really what most people say. They say, I know that song off the top of my heart or the bottom of my heart. Or they'll say, I know that to be true with every fiber of my soul at the bottom of my heart. They'll say something like that. They always point to the heart, but they don't realize that the heart is so much more powerful than they realize, than the mind. I'm going to read the chat quickly. I think that's Rihanna. It sure is Rihanna. Exactly. See, for you, you were born gifted early because you have a specific journey. I wasn't born knowing from the mind. I was born knowing from the soul. We all were born knowing from the soul, but the mind wasn't aware. And so I always felt this alien feeling about me, like I never belonged anywhere. And so like for me specifically, minds had to be unlocked later in life because I had to go through bullshit to understand why. So that's why I love my experience now. I don't hate my experience. I don't have resentment or hate or frustration or rage to people of the past. I don't. Zero. It's gone. What I do have is intentional anger, which is it's not madness. Anger, which is fuel It's like conviction. It's like fire to burn the bullshit that's still being spewed out right now on the planet. Not by people and their souls, but the mind that's controlling those people. Like the girl I just mentioned who still watches content that men are evil and blah, 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 blah. And that person who made that content piece is under the same illusion because they don't know thyself either. They are still being finessed by their mind. Because if you know thyself, you can't get tripped up by shit like that. It's just that simple. So it's basically awareness right here. It's literally awareness. Bringing awareness that you have the choice and a decision that you can make in every present moment. That's it. That's how simple it is. That's the core of my work. To remind that you are the answer, that you have all the answers within, all possibilities exist within you right now, right in this moment, that you have a choice, you can decide, you can shift perspective at any time, and you live in the present moment, and that you were born enough, you have enough, you are always enough, you will never not be enough, you were born infinite, whole, perfect, and complete, and you will always be whole, perfect, infinite, and complete from the soul level. The mind, not so much, because the mind does its shit, but the mind is still part of the infinite intelligence, even though it likes to separate itself because it wants to feel special and unique. It wants to feel like a separate self. That's what the mind does. That literally was one page. And that I just gave the entirety of reality right there in one page. That's why I don't need to write a book. I don't have to write a book. It's right there. You are the answer. And if I do write a book, it is only going to be one page. I'll charge $20, $20 fucking dollars, just because. $20 US for one page. You don't need to read 300 pages. That's just obfuscation. The reason why you read 300 pages is because they give context. I don't need to give context. Once you know who you are, you don't need fucking context to anything. Here's what I'll do for them. I'll write a book, one page, and I'll say all what I just said. And then say, if you need more context why you're the answers, come to my YouTube channel and you will see why I say that you don't need any more context. The mind is always needing context. You don't need fucking context from the soul level. When you operate from the soul level, the mind is like, it's irrelevant. The mind is what helps you to still navigate with your physical body and, navigate the world, yes. But all the other stuff becomes irrelevant because you get the mind to work with the soul, not the other way around. The soul doesn't work with the mind. The soul works by itself, and the mind works only, it's like the mind is like, it's only me, only me. It doesn't like working with the soul until you get the soul in control of the mind, and then the mind works with the soul. Let me see what you wrote. I didn't know what I was until I was like 28. There you go. And I didn't know what I was until I was 35, 36. No, that's not true at all. That's when I just started to remember some things. But when I really remembered was I didn't know myself until I was age 39. And everything's becoming crystal clear and lightning quick. There was a brother just now who's like, I've never seen him ever in my life. Never. From the mind level, I've never seen him. And he said what he said. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day, okay? Thank you so much. I didn't know myself for 39 years, and now that I know and everything's becoming so lightning quick and clear and precise, crystal clear. I said lightning clear. I meant to say crystal clear. My bad. Crystal clear. It's just easy now. Like nothing's impossible anymore. Like I can feel it so viscerally through my body that nothing's impossible. Now I'm not going to go attempt to fly off a fucking building and see what's going to happen. Hello, law of gravity. I'm not going to put my hand in a socket and see if I'm going to not get electrocuted. Hello. Electricity is going to shock your ass. The universe has what is that verse in the Bible? The rain falls on the just and the unjust. What does that mean? That means that the universe doesn't give a fuck if you're a good person or a bad person. If you're going to attempt to go against the law of the gravity, if you don't have something that can help you to stay above gravity, to float in the air, your ass is cooked. It doesn't, I know this is going to be a very morbid example, but I have to give this example. If a baby's on a roof and it goes flying down, there's not an angel that's going to come swooping in and save that baby. That baby's going to go crashing down, unfortunately. But same thing goes for somebody who's under the persona of being a criminal. If they go flying off a building, they too will be flying off. No angel's coming to save them. The universe doesn't do CRB check on anything. It will shock you if you're a good person or a bad person if you put your finger in a socket. Your ass is cooked. Life is just is, right? You put your hand in fire. If you put your hand in fire, whether you're a good person or a bad person, your hand is going to get roasted. The law of fire. I have to use these examples to get the mind to understand what the fuck I'm doing, because the minds in a lot of the heads need a little bit of a hello, wake up. Otherwise, you will continue to suffer over and over and over again. Yesterday, Mom, she just told me something. This was the old frequency though. Let me show you. So Mom, she has a new car. She just got a new car. Guess what? Somebody rammed into the side of her car. Like lightly dented. I was a little upset because she was telling me, she was frustrated, right? Because somebody at work hit her car and they didn't come over to her and say, hey, I'm sorry, I knocked your car, right? Now she's going to have to deal with that. But the old me would have got so enraged by that. But I'm like, you know what? I know what you're doing. You're going to use Mom as the old frequency to see if you're going to finesse me back into the old way of being. It's not working. I'm sorry, but I will not adhere to that. Mom's car will be fixed. In fact, it's already fixed. In my reality, her little dents and stuff, it's done. It could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. It's not even that bad. When you look at it, you can't really see it, but it's there. Have a great day. So it's not that bad. But the thing is, like, the old frequency will use a situation, a person, opportunity, or an event to drag you back down. This is what reality does. When reality is starting to shift and it's like shit's just going left, everything's just going wrong, that's the moment that you know that everything's actually working out for you. Problems are arising. Things like you have a bill you have to pay out of nowhere. Shit's just coming at you, right? Like my technology has all been scuffed, cracked, and broken in the last couple of months. I've never, ever in my entire life had anything ever scuffed up until recently. And that was to see if I'm going to revert back to the old. Nope. Fuck that noise. I'm like, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. So I'm not going to adhere to that. I know that this is actually this is like my slingshot. That you're sending me to the moon. So I'm like, when the time arises, I'll just replace those stuff. No big deal. They're still usable. I can use it. Because I changed the meaning. They still work perfectly fine. They're not like absolutely destroyed, but like, you know, I used to get really pissed off when I get scratched on like my old school like video games, like my CDs. I hated fucking scratches. I was so fucking pristine. I'm so fucking pristine with my stuff. But that energy of being pristine, right? I had to let it go. because that's a very I don't know how to say this. You take care of your stuff, yes, but when you have too much importance on something, then the universe is like, ooh, so this person has a lot of importance on this, so I'm going to make sure that shit's going to happen. Because the universe doesn't give a fuck about your importance. It knows that something is important to you. One time is enough. Once you keep making something important, you keep creating space in the universe. The universe adheres to this thing called energetic space, and you will never materialize the thing you desire, and thus it will keep bringing forth a problem so that you have a problem, because you start to now perpetuate a problem. So yesterday, when she shared that with me, I stayed calm. I stayed relaxed. I'm like, Mom, don't worry. Everything's going to be handled. For her, she has to handle that within her inner world, though. In my inner world, her car is solved. Like just a little dent here and one on the handle. It's nothing big, but you can still see it. If you really pay attention, you can look at it. But from afar, it's like nothing happened. It looks brand new car. But, you know, because she's in a frequency right now where shit is breaking, because she's starting to shift a little bit herself. She's starting to understand what I'm talking about. Morning. She's starting to understand a little bit what I'm talking about. So things are starting to fall apart in her reality, but that's a good sign, because when shit is starting to fall apart, this is a sign that shit is actually working for you. And any one of you where shit is breaking, falling apart, people are like leaving your life, let that be a sign that you're actually on your way to your path to what you're supposed to have, your desired reality, your destination. So congratulations for any of you who have been feeling pain and suffering. Congratulations. You're about to reach your next level, what you're supposed to have. But guess what? The old frequency will linger, will always attempt to find a back door in when you least expect it. And it will use a person, a situation, opportunity, or event to present itself in your experience to see if you're going to go back. But once you've crossed that bridge of incidents and you don't adhere to this being a problem anymore because you shifted the meaning, watch as things just become like... That's what's happened for me. Was this like this a year ago? A year ago right now, I'm at this very rock getting pissed off and mad and yelling and getting angry. And there was two people on my other channel. They were with me, and they were very concerned for me. T-Bray and another girl named Regina. And they were like, I don't want you to suffer, Orion. You're a good person. Like, I know you're mad. I know you're angry at the world. I know you're raging right now, but this is not who you are. And they did their best to help talk me through this stuff. But I was just so locked in the head because the mind had created a story. Because I was like, what the fuck? There's no, like, I have all this fucking wisdom and nothing's happening. What the fuck, universe? I was getting so mad. I was sitting right at this rock right here. This one right here. Right here. I was getting so mad a year ago, and I have it recorded on my live stream. That's why I have everything recorded for proof that it wasn't just handed to me easily. I had to go through my shit. And my other channel had to go through shit. I had a lot of people who were on that channel who were really great people that I had to purge, unfortunately, because they themselves were unfortunately, very hostile within themselves. And I'm not calling that type of energy in my life anymore. In this channel, I don't care who shows up because I know myself. And whoever does show up, if you are in alignment, cool. If you're not in alignment, also cool. It is what it is. Right? So like, I had to go through my shit on that channel so that it doesn't happen on this channel, because I refuse for that shit to happen on this channel. If I ignore your messages, it is what it is. If I overlook your messages, it is what it is. I'm not going to be distracted when I'm locked the fuck in. When I'm locked in, I'm locked in. Either you pay attention or you simply don't. But anyways, my point to say is I've decided a lot of things for myself, and it's done. And I've also decided in your realities, even if you haven't decided it yet, that it's done for you too, whatever it is. You want the partner? Congratulations. I'm so happy that you found your partner and you've been living your great life with him or her. I'm so happy that you started your business and you've been making lots of money in the last several years. I'm so happy that you decided to, you know, take the chance on yourself, and now look at where you are. It's so amazing. I know the world will continue to tell you that you have to have it in the physical, but I have to remind you that the physical is not the real. The real is right here. Feel it before you have it. You can only have what you already have within. I cannot emphasize that enough. If you don't get this now, you may not get this ever. I hate to be the bearer of bad news there, or I would say I love to be the bearer of good news. If you do get it now, guess what? You will know what you need to do. So anytime any of you start saying, but I am this, and I am this, and I am this, and I am this, whatever you're saying after I am, even though I am is not the most powerful set of words in the English language, just is the most powerful set of words, but most people use I am. Whatever you say after I am, it will be preceded. So if you say I am actually abundant, and I'm loved, and I am appreciated by the world, and I appreciate people, and people appreciate me, that's what you're going to get. If you keep saying that I am poor, I am lacking, I get disrespected, then that's what you're also getting, because you're saying I am getting disrespected. So the universe can only give you what you're saying is true. You have to know what's going on. If you don't know what's going on, then you're going to be got by the universe. The universe is going to get you. The universe doesn't play favoritism. It plays energy. That's a bar, write it down. Let's see. Justin. There was some dude who was talking, and this is Rihanna's question. There's a guy who was listening to me, and he's like, I love your mission. I thought someone hit my car in a parking lot and drove off, but after further review, it was me. I slightly hit a truck, hitch backed up. I just brought one of those paint pens. Oops, my bad. Yeah, that happens. Why do we lust, Vampire? It's one of our human desires, but nothing's wrong with lust until you make it a problem. That's a bar, write it down. There's nothing wrong with lust. It's the perception behind the word lust that's the problem. There's nothing wrong with it. You came here to have a physical experience. But it's your perceptions behind lust that's creating the problem, but there is no problem, you see? Just like eating that piece of chocolate cake, it's not a problem. It's only a problem if you say, yeah, if I eat that chocolate cake, I'm going to get fat. There's nothing wrong about doing what you're doing. It's everything wrong how you perceive the thing that you're about to do. That's a real bar. If you perceive things for it being wrong, then that's what you're going to create. It's your perceptions. That's why I kept saying your frequency also encapsulates your perceptions. So there's nothing wrong with lust. I'm glad I saw your question, by the way, before I continued. There's nothing wrong with lust. There's everything wrong with thinking it's wrong to have lust. That's another bar. Write it down. Lust is not a bad thing or a good thing. It just is. You can change the word lust to like romance. There's nothing wrong with this stuff. It's your perceptions and your meanings that you give things. Again, we go right back to meanings again. It's the meanings you give something that creates the problems in your life. And that doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you give meaning to, you can either create a problem or a solution. You get to decide in every present moment what that looks like for you. That's just how simple it is. It really is just that simple. But the mind will not make it feel just that simple. Because the mind is going to use your emotions against you. And will finesse you into believing a bunch of bullshit that isn't true. That's why I say I have two things that I'm doing with the mind. I'm helping people to unlock the fullest potential of their mind so they can live their best life, while simultaneously removing the bullshit that the mind keeps spewing out to you so that you can live your best life. Because that's what the mind is doing. You're not the mind. You have a mind. Big difference. Can't emphasize that enough. You have a mind. You're not the mind. So yeah, lust isn't bad. It's just a thing. And lust isn't a sin. There's no such thing as sin either. That's just another made-up word. What if lust makes you a cheater? Well, then why would you cheat? Is the question. Why would you associate lust and cheating together? Why would you even cheat? These are questions you have to ask yourself. Like for me, if I was a lustful person, which I don't give a fuck about that shit, to be honest, I wouldn't cheat. It's just that simple. Once I'm locked in with one person, that's it. If they decide to be lustful and they go around sleeping with a bunch of dudes, that's on them. That has nothing to do with me. Maybe there's something they didn't find fulfilling with me, so they have to find it in someone else. That's on them. They made that choice. If they made that choice and decided, they can also. I've also made the choice and decided that you can go. Bye. I'm very ruthless when it comes to humans now. I will cut you out like that if I have to. Not because I'm mean. I respect myself way too much to be entertaining third-dimensional games. I don't play third-dimensional. I play multi-dimensional. I've already played fucking checkmate. And none of those things will happen in my reality because I don't call that shit in. But anyways, to get back to your question about lust, if lust makes you a cheater or lust leads to cheating, don't cheat. And you won't have that problem. Morning. How are you? I'm excellent. Thank you so much. Good. Enjoy your day. Yeah, I was like wondering, where's your cats?
Sometimes I bring it, sometimes I don't.
Gotcha.
Sometimes they,
Gotcha. Have a great day, okay? So, to those who say lust is a sin, there is no fucking sin. Sin is an illusion. It's made up. That's another fucking made up word. And I'm here to stop that bullshit that keeps being perpetuated. Reality, you have to realize something, everyone. Reality just is. Get rid of the words. Guess what happens? All your actions disappear. The only thing you'll be able to do is your body is going to be able to still breathe and you'll be able to blink, but you won't know you won't know what the word breathing is and blinking. All your actions disappear. You'll have urges, but you won't know what to do with those urges because you have no words. So that word sin, get that shit out of here. The word doesn't exist. It's an illusion. It's made up. I'm going to be very ruthless when it comes to words. So if I catch something that is like limitation, I will call it out. If you don't like what I have to say, it is what it is. That's just feedback for you to go figure out why. Sin is an illusion. Lust also is an illusion too. Every word is actually fucking an illusion. Even every word that I'm saying is an illusion too. Everything just is. Because I've decided that all words are made up, because it is. Before any human was here, there was no such thing as lust and sin. It was. There was no words. Water wasn't water. Rocks weren't rocks. They were just is. Nothing more, nothing less. I live as if I live on day one Earth without any other human. I live on a planet where, yes, I know I'm with other humans, but in my inner world, I live as if there's no one actually here but me. And it's just me and Earth, nothing else. And even calling it Earth isn't called Earth, because that's just another word too. And me saying I'm living on a planet is also another set of words. You see, we can have an infinite loop right here. Anyways, to get back to lust and sin and all that, if it makes you a cheater, then don't fucking cheat. It's just that simple. Decide. Don't cheat. Control your urges. You have that power. Until you know how the mind works, you will be finessed by the mind every time. It's just that simple. I know they talk about the 7 deadly sins. Fuck the 7 deadly sins. Fuck it. Heyoki empaths are the most powerful light workers. That's also an illusion too. That's just another label. No one's more powerful than anybody, Rihanna. This is where I'm going to call out the spiritual bullshit now. You may not like me for this, but it doesn't really matter. That's bullshit. No light worker or no sign of people is more powerful than other. I can just say I'm the most powerful being on the planet. That's not true at all, because we're all equal. Some people, yes, are designed to be, I call them slight workers, not light workers, because there's a lot of people who gaslight spirituality. They don't know what real spirituality is. They use it as fucking vanity. Bunch of stupid ass shit. Spirituality without the ability to control your reality is nothing more than fucking vanity. It's just fucking vanity. I see a bunch of spiritual people with their stupid ass vanity. And I used to be a part of that, and I had to break myself out of it. That's why I've decided I am the way I am now. I used to be very love enlightened. I'm gonna stay and do light worker stuff and all this other stuff. I don't care what term you guys give, whatever. We're all equal souls. Our paths are different, yes, but there's no light worker more powerful than any other light worker. And that also goes for fucking star seeds. There's no star seed that's more powerful than any other star seed. I hate to break it to you all. This is not how it works. When you know that you are the creator, you are God, or you are the itself, or the infinite intelligence, you go beyond these stupid little titles that we're given. It's just fucking titles. It's nothing more. You go beyond it. For all of the people who are like, your star sign is this. No, your star sign is God. That's what your star sign really is. You are God. You are the creator. And if you don't know that you're the creator, I'm going to tell you that right now. And if you don't like that, tough shit. You are God pretending to be a human. You are the infinite intelligence playing a character right now and who has forgotten itself. And yes, this might trigger some of you. So if you want to continue to say like this is more powerful than this and blah, 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 like I said, I'm not going to hold back. I'm not here to take anybody's sides. I'm very neutral. I'll call out things when I see it. I'm not here to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just here to call out what it is. It's bullshit. That's like saying this tribe is better than that tribe. No, they're equal. It's bullshit. It's just absolute bullshit, in my opinion. Because the universe chose this vessel to work through specifically to tell every other person it just is. So, you guys can take it or leave it. Same with Underboss and his stuff too. Same with the Galactic Federation. That's also another shit as well. God goes beyond Galactic Federation. Goes beyond fucking star seeds. Goes beyond insert your favorite Pleiadian or Arcturian or alien or reptilian or whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is me getting passionate right now. Because this is what I came to really clean up. This bullshit right here. This shit is what needs to be cleaned up. I'm every fucking starseed if I want to be. Because I am. But I will not go around calling myself a starseed anymore. I'm every zodiac sign ever in existence. But I will not call myself a zodiac sign. I'm every fucking, what is it called? Life path number? Yeah, I'm every life path number from 1 to 33. I'm all of it. I'm every gene key. For those of you who know gene key, I'm every fucking human design. I'm everything. Because God is everything. And you are everything too. This is why I say, stop limiting yourself to such bullshit that is just not conducive to your actual experience, because you limit yourself. You put yourself in a fucking box. Even Galactic Federation is still another fucking box. You may not like me for what I just said there, but I don't care, because I came here to basically say that you are the one who can create whatever you desire. If it's helping you in your life and you're living your best life, then good. Keep using it. But if you're not living your best life, then maybe take on another perspective. God does not put himself in a box. Our mind puts ourselves in a box and plays this spiritual egotism game. I know, because I've done it. It's like when a spiritual person finally becomes aware of everything, they feel like they have the Infinity Stones, but then they forget that the Infinity Stones are still not, they're still a part of the universe, but they don't go above the fucking universe. You're not above any universe or anybody. Same with those Hioke light workers. They ain't above anybody either. They may have the Infinity Stones, but they ain't better than anybody. That's a bar, write it down. Ain't nobody better than anybody. I came here to remind everybody that we're all fucking equal. That's another thing I came here to do. And if we don't talk about spiritual stuff, we'll talk about the physical stuff. Elon Musk, he ain't better than any of you. He just brought the value that people see as valuable, and he was able to make a shit ton of money. But he's not better than you. He's not above you. Same goes with Taylor Swift. Same goes for The Rock. Same goes for Keanu Reeves. Same goes for your favorite actor or actress. Same goes for your favorite singer. They ain't better. And your favorite YouTuber, same thing as that. They don't go above you either. They're not better than you. No one's better than you. You and them are equal. I cannot emphasize, this is the shit that I came here to really like. I'm getting the character heated up because it's fueling me, because I know what I came here to do. And it's so powerful because I get to use this energy. I'm channeling the energy to remind all of you how powerful you are, and that this is better than this. Fuck that. Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You're not going to catch this on a video. This is live. The person, whoever watches the replay, will be listening to all this. But for all of you who are live, I'm glad you guys are saying what you're saying, because I'm telling you right now that Galactic Federation, Arcturians, Pleiadians, Orionites, reptilians, greys, demons, I don't give a fuck what you guys currently believe in. If it's working for you and it's helping you in your life, use it. I'm not here to tell you to stop using it. What I'm here to tell you to do, that they're not more powerful than any other thing. It doesn't go beyond God, whatever God actually is. And just so you know, it's not a dude in the fucking sky. If you think it's a dude in the sky, then cool. Let it be the dude in the sky, but it's not a dude in the sky. Time is it? 11:25. We gotta roll because my phone's gonna start to fritz out. Anyways, my point to say is you guys get to decide whatever it is that you desire to be, do, and have. Plain and simple. Now, fuck the Epstein files too, dude. Fuck it. Start focusing on you. Fuck the Epstein files. Everyone's getting too tripped up with a bunch of bullshit outside of themselves. Start focusing on you. I'm telling you, like, I don't care if you guys like me or you hate me. I really don't care. I came here to speak. I didn't come here to build connections. I came here to speak. And I will do what is necessary. If I become the world's hated man, I will gladly take that title. Because, like, for me, I don't care anymore. I came here to share that you guys are the answer. Nothing less. Shit. This thing is doing that thing again. One sec. I keep forgetting to make sure that I don't hold that thing on an angle. What's up, Sadia? Shit, this thing is still doing its wobbling bullshit. One sec. Sometimes this gimbal drives me bananas. I gotta put you guys back on this for a moment. Give it a moment. Vampire, I'm not one of the best people. I'm basically just a mirror. I take your compliment and I fully receive it, but I'm also reminding you that you're also that too. If you see it in me, then it's inside of you right now. And that goes for the rest of you. I'm no different than any of you. I keep reminding each and every day that I'm no different than any of you. You guys have the same wisdom that I do. It's just not in your mind. It's in your soul. You all have the same things. Your mind is just gaslighting you into believing a bunch of shit that is not actually real, but it is real if you keep adhering to the mind. And if it's serving you and helping you in your life, then cool. But if it's not, then why are you holding on to it? Like, it doesn't make any sense why people are holding on to shit that doesn't serve them anymore. I know, because I used to do the same shit too. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. Apologies. Nope. I fucked up the gimbal again. Stupid gimbal, honestly. It's fine. See, this is the technology issue that I was referring to. When shit starts to break, I'm not gonna even bother with the gimbal right now. I'm gonna just say fuck it and just walk with the selfie stick. You guys are gonna just have to deal with the shakiness when I'm walking back. Well, thank you, Water, for your time and your service. I appreciate it very, very much, Water. Cheers, Water. I'll see you tomorrow, Water. It's supposed to rain, apparently, but we'll see what happens. Ugh. So you guys are gonna have to deal with me with my wobbly hands while I walk. I have to get another gimbal. This one's starting to become a little bit of a nuisance. No big deal. This is the old frequency attempting to derail by using technology, because it knows that I can get frustrated with technology easily. So that's why, like, for me, I don't adhere to like problems anymore. I'm just like, okay, it's not working, whatever. Substitute. If I have to use my hands to just hold the phone, I'll just do that. No big deal. I hope some of you guys are actually paying attention to what I was saying, because if you weren't and you're just having your own conversations, then clearly you're just wasting time. But if you guys are helping each other out, then that's okay too. But I trust that you were listening. Otherwise, your soul, the reason why you're here is so that you can actually pay attention to what's going on. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found this stream. You would have went somewhere else. So. Rihanna, are you still here? Just out of curiosity. Hope I didn't scare you away with all that I shared. My purpose is not to piss anyone off. My purpose is to just speak from a level of awareness where I just see a bunch of people saying, this is best, this is the best thing, and this group is better than this group, and blah, 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 blah. It's so not true. So for me, I'm so glad I got out of the spiritual community. So glad. So much noise in the spiritual community. They're just creating more unnecessary obfuscations. Life just is. And eventually everyone's going to start to get the message. I'm going to continue chatting. You guys have your own conversation. I won't be paying attention to the chat. So you guys get to decide in every present moment. Again, I'll keep repeating myself until my final breath. You get to decide in every present moment what life gets to be like for you by shifting the meanings, the labels, and choosing different meanings, and labels that will produce the emotion that you're looking to have within yourself, and you can have that emotion right now. You get to decide in every present moment. I just read what Underboss says, and yeah, he's creating his own laws of his own reality because he can do that. And if that's working for him, amazing. Use it. That's the beautiful thing about life. It just is. You get to decide. It's not one way. When people get fixated on one way, then unfortunately they get stuck in that one way being. I like when people say wake up to reality, but yet when I see people saying wake up to reality, they haven't figured it out yet themselves. It's not wake up to reality, it's wake up within yourself. Reality is not what you wake up to. Vampire, are you still here? I'll be speaking with you specifically for now. If you're still here. If not, I'll just talk to myself and we'll have a conversation with myself. Have a good day, bro. Cheers. Okay, Sadia, that's cool. As long as you figured it out and you're living a life of joy, that's all that matters. Nothing more. Let other people figure it out. Whatever they choose to entertain as real and true, let it be. It's not one way. There are many ways up the top of the mountain. It's not just one path. There are many paths. I've walked those paths to see it. Bye. Have a good day. Thank you. I've walked those paths already. Remember, y'all, make sure you're very authentic. I'm not even going to say practice love. I'm going to say be authentic. Be you. The you that you desire to be. Decide that, though. I don't know why Eminem's song is coming in my head. Back to reality. Back to reality. Oh, I should really listen to that song and see what he's actually saying in those lyrics. Must be a reason why that song's popping up in my head. I don't know the lyrics right now. It's just I know the tune though. So there must be a reason. I'll figure it out. Well, hello there, bird. You came flying down, huh? You could have stayed where you are. I wasn't going to chase you, bird. This is my, what they call my sanctuary. This right here. I like this spot specifically. It's got a nice like vibe to it. Just waiting to see what else needs to be shared. I shared what I needed to share at the water though regarding deciding. I know more will pop up, but I had to say what it needed to be said. I know when it comes to spirituality, a lot of people will get butthurt with the things I say because they hold their spirituality at the top of their identity and have now been so gaslit into believing a bunch of unnecessary noise in the spiritual realm. Because I've been there myself. I really am quite honored that the divine itself finally was able to purge a lot of the bullshit that this character was still holding on to. It was necessary for a moment to know why, because as Underboss said, it builds character. Everything helps build your character so that you can be sturdier and stronger and more wise and more discerning and more caring, more compassionate, more of everything, but less being distracted, less being distorted, less being deterred, because you come to realize what the hell is actually going on. I'm not paying attention to what Underboss is saying. I'm paying attention to what I'm saying. There are things that Underboss says that I don't, it just doesn't exist to me. So some of the things he shares is irrelevant to me. But I let him speak because he is where he is based on his frequency and his journey. Same with you. You are where you are based on your frequency and journey. Nothing more, nothing less. Too many people want to be right. They want to be right. Well, you can be right all you want. You're already right. But in that process of being right, too many people are also attempting to, fight to say someone else is wrong. Every one of you have your own journeys. I'm simply here to give a perspective from a very neutral standpoint, nothing more. And by giving a perspective doesn't mean that you're not forced to take it. It's just hearing a perspective, nothing more, nothing less. That's how I roll. It's not to indoctrinate you into a bunch of noise and stupid shit that actually doesn't make any sense. this is what worked for me because I had to go through a bunch of stupid like things. It's not stupid. I had to go through those things so that I can be well versed in helping the rest of the planet, because essentially going through what I went through can help me with everybody on the planet, no matter who they are, where they are, and what they've experienced. So now I came to respect my story and my journey for what it is, and I love it. Now, I used to hate my past, now I love it. Because I get to use my previous experience to help other people to be aware of what's possible for them by knowing the traps that I had to go through and making sure that they are aware of the traps that they can potentially be putting themselves into, so that they can navigate through it with more ease. So for me, like, it doesn't matter what any of you guys actually say, right? If it works for you, use it, right? Like if, I don't know if Rihanna's still here. I might have scared her away because, I went on a little bit of a tangent. But essentially, like, with the Heyoke, light workers, if she thinks that they're the highest light workers on the planet and they're the best, then that's her belief. Nothing wrong with it, but I do call a little bit of BS on that, because that would imply that everybody else is beneath. There's no hierarchy with God, with the universe. We're the humans that keep creating stupid ass hierarchies. Even the ascended beings also create hierarchy, which is so ridiculous. Like the star seeds even create hierarchy within themselves. It's so hilarious to see it. With God, there's no separation, there's no hierarchy. It sees everything as one thing. I operate from that one thing. So it is what it is. If that created some tension or some people unsubscribing, oh well. I'll just keep moving forward. Didn't come here to be loved by the world. Came here to just speak, nothing more. I don't care if anybody likes me or hates me. I don't care. I stopped caring a long time ago. I'm going to be very kind and respectful, but I'm also going to speak when is necessary. If someone doesn't like what I have to say, it is what it is. Hey Jeanette, good to see you. I don't have the gimbal in my hand because the gimbal is acting funky, so I'm using the selfie stick. So my image is going to be more shaky walking back, since the gimbal keeps it more smooth. So I do apologize if you're seeing a bunch of like shakiness while I'm walking. I'm keeping my hand as straight as possible, but that's not really doing anything, because the vibration of me moving my feet is still making a rattle through my body. So yeah. I have so much love and respect for everybody and their beliefs, but at the same time, I also have respect for myself and my beliefs, and knowing that it just is, which encompasses everything. Before it was labeled something. So, like for me, I've decided that no matter what happens, I will continue to stay the course, because the path is designed at times to distract you, deter you, create distortions, and create dissonance. That's another D word. Lots of D words there, y'all. to distract, deter, to, you know, hell, even fucking dissolve some things, both good and not so good. Yeah, it's extremely, you know, it's similar to I'll use Jesus for example. You know, did he give a flying fuck about other people's opinions when he was talking in Jerusalem, and there was other people like questioning him and saying you're a false prophet or blah blah blah? No, he kept talking too. He wasn't distracted or deterred because he knew. He was clear as fucking day what he had to say. Hey. Right? Oh shit, truck coming. I'm just gonna wait for them to pass. It's still very weird to see trucks running or like driving through the trail. I do need to stop into the bathroom for a moment. I will mute myself and I'll leave the camera outside. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'll quickly just mute myself. I'll put you guys down here and then I'll just go into the bathroom. So I'm going to mute myself in 3, 2, 1, and I am mute now. Perfect. I won't tell Underboss anything because he's on his path. I don't get tripped up with what Underboss says. Sometimes some of the things he says is very interesting. And I look at it and I'm like, okay. That's why, like, I know sometimes, you know, he says whatever he wants. He's just feeding my algorithm at this point. There's some things I agree with, but others I'm like, it is what it is. But I don't get tripped up with it. I thought they were going to use the hanging thing. Perfect. Well, there's no lies for sure. It's based on your experience, right? There are better ways to say what you said, though. But it is what it is. Scooter. Those things go so fast. It's crazy. Yeah, I already know intuitively. That's why I said what I said there. Because there's no point, right? Like, you see other people where they are based on their frequency. Their frequency is what they will experience in their reality. If they're having whatever they're having in their reality and it's bringing them joy, cool. If it's not, then clearly something needs to be solved. They're just holding on to a bunch of noise and hostility for no reason. That's why for me, I live a very peaceful, joyful life while still knowing who I am without having to be, you know, getting tripped up with a bunch of like noise, both from a religious standpoint, from a spiritual standpoint, from an esoteric standpoint. I am one with the divine. That goes beyond any concepts, any words, anything that exists in the human realm, even in the spiritual realm. So for me, like, I get to live in this state with this oneness. So there's no obfuscation. So for me, like, you know, if someone's like saying something is higher or better or worse, then I mean, that's on them. But like I already shared earlier with, you know, I won't adhere to a bunch of spiritual stupid shit like this group is better than this group and they're highest like light workers and all this other nonsense. It's not nonsense to someone else, but it's pure just vanity at this point. To me, a lot of it's just fucking vanity. Oh, I haven't seen a dual bike like that in forever. There's a couple pedaling a bike together. They're in synchronicity. There they go, both of them. So, it is what it is. Exactly. You and I, we figured it out. Sometimes the mind still trips us up, but you know, we navigate it as it just is. You know, if it wasn't for some of the trolls that showed up, you wouldn't have found my channel. So that's why I am very thankful and grateful to the trolls, because you found the channel because of them, because they fed my algorithm. Right? If no one was coming on my channel, right, and I was streaming all day like I was on my other channel, then none of you guys would have found me. So thanks to those trolls who show up for creating a bunch of noise. I appreciate them for their noise, because it triggered the algorithm to like, oh, this guy's channel is a little active. Let's feed it to the next person who actually requires to see it. So I thank the trolls. That's why I'm grateful to, you know, yesterday Underboss is like, you know, let's remove the filter words, right? Because the filter words were kind of holding the chat a little bit hostage, right? Because I blocked a whole bunch of words, like even color. Like I blocked the word brown, I blocked the word black, right? But sometimes you have to use the color for something. Like, wow, that's a really dark shade of brown, like on that grass patch over there or something, right? But the word was blocked. Sadia, I'm aware that he's creating his own noise, and I'm not even entertaining it. That's why I'm letting him just speak and say whatever he wants. I'm not influenced by anybody but myself. Don't be influenced by other people's words, Sadia. Otherwise, you get swept up by the illusion. Always know that the answers are within. There's a hose over here. It didn't rain, so I was wondering what the hell is going on. It was that truck that was earlier that passed by that was watering this area. Interesting. Another tree fell down. Man, these trees are just coming down. More and more and more. More and more. Poor tree. You're gonna be okay, tree. You'll be just fine. We got a couple in love. It's awesome. I like when I see couples together. It brings me joy when I see them like together, happy. It's good. Hello. Have a good day, both of you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Justin. Even though you bring yourself joy, but yes, I'll receive that. Yeah, they definitely watered this area. It's interesting. I've never seen them water the plants here. Guess that's a new service that they're doing in this area. I'm just reading like that graffiti there. To sky loves cat's eye, no space. I have no idea. That wasn't there yesterday, so I'm just reading it. That kind of rhymes. To sky that loves cat's eye. Sky eye? Sky eye. Wonder why I'm supposed to see that. I would, but I don't have nothing to write with, so. Before I leave for San Diego, I'm gonna like paint my name into the trail, where it's like permanent paint. I'm gonna like, Orion was here, and I'll say, you are the answer. I'll write in this thing, you are the answer. I'll make sure it's paint that doesn't get rubbed off, like, you know, washable paint. It'll be paint that's like permanent. Unless they start undoing it, you know. But I'm gonna do that. I'll do that before I leave. You are the answer. And I'll put a heart around that. You are the answer. Or a thunderbolt to the side of it. Because I like my thunderbolts. For me, the thunderbolt is like for me now, has become one of the most powerful emojis to use. The thunderbolt. It just has so much electricity and power. Now I'll do it during the middle of the day. I won't get arrested because I'm not calling in that energy, bro. There are people who have painted or used the they use the sidewalk chalk, that chalk that you can draw on the sidewalk. So I mean, like, I'll just use paint. They won't know the difference. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the paint is waterproof. And even in the wintertime, while they clean the path, it won't get rubbed off. I'll figure out a way. It might get a little scuffed up here and there. But that's what I'll be doing before I leave. You are the answer. I do apologize that I'm not using a gimbal, but the gimbal it's acting funny right now. So this is the old frequency attempting to derail me and get me frustrated with technology so that it can finesse itself back into my reality. And I'm like, I'm not playing your fucking game. Like, if it's not working, it's fucking not working. It's just that simple. Because it knows that this character gets pretty frustrated with technology when shit doesn't work, when it's supposed to just fucking work. So it gets very quick to, like, very snappy when shit like that happens. So I'm walking backwards. What's up? I'll let you pass first. I don't want to have him on the camera, you know. I think, you know, it'd be kind of weird walking backwards while another guy is kind of like walking to the side of me. Good. I gave him a little bit of time to move. It'd be weird, like he's walking next to me. What's up, Doc? Good to see you, dude. Heading back. I don't have the gimbal in my hand. I have to try the selfie stick. So probably just gonna buy another gimbal, but most likely from a different brand. Finally, DJI made a better gimbal than the shitty ones that they had all this time. So I'll probably get a DJI gimbal. I gotta invest in a new phone as well. These things are not important presently. The most important thing is my audio. As long as my mic is good and you guys hear me clearly, and I could be a little bit further away from my phone with my mic, that's all good, because audio is actually more important than video. You can get away with crappy video, but audio, not so much. People actually prefer better audio over better video. So, I mean, it's great to have both, but nice. Ah, very nice. Osmo 3, very, very nice. I'm looking up the ring of Illuminati now because it said Gene Keys. You're welcome. Just gonna wait for this biker to pass. There you go. Yeah, I stopped adhering to Gene Keys 2 years ago because that became another trap. And even Richard Rudd, the founder of Gene Keys, even though he's not really finding anything, he's just revealing what was lost to time because it's part of the I Ching. Right? He basically channeled all that from within himself. But the thing is, like, if you adhere to all of it, then you become trapped to it. But the thing is, he also said that when you are done, when you feel like you're finished with the Gene Keys will simultaneously explode within you, and you'll no longer need to use the Gene Keys. And I've decided that it already exploded. It's done. I'm every Gene Key. I don't care what the profile says. I'm everything, and I'm not like tethered to like birth signs and this and that and whatever. Okay, so they're doing something in this street. It went from titanium to aluminum. Well, I mean, Apple made their choice. It looks cooler though. But, you know, I never had the titanium phone, so for me, if I go to the 17, it's just the same. It's just the same aluminum. That's why it doesn't feel like an upgrade going to the new phone, because what am I actually paying for? I put the phone in low power mode so I don't get ProMotion. Because keeping your phone outside of low power mode actually has no benefit except for ProMotion. You don't get any data benefit whatsoever. So like buying a new phone for ProMotion is just a waste of time. Even my tablet, it can go to 120, but I have it at 60 hertz. I don't care. 120 doesn't do shit for me. It's just a perception of making the phone look faster or the thing look smoother. So for me, there's no empirical upgrade except for one thing, USB-C. but because my USB receiver for my mic is plugged into Lightning and it then terminates into USB-C, you can say that my iPhone 12 Pro Max has a USB-C port now. So I'm not missing USB-C. If they made the receiver, I should say it's the transmitter, it's not the receiver. The mic is the receiver. But technically the mic's the transmitter. Fuck it, this is the receiver. The receiver that plugs into the phone, if it had to use Lightning port to charge your phone, then that'd be a little bit of a different story, but it uses USB-C. So that's all that I cared about with the iPhones, that it had USB-C on it, but because this thing already gives me USB-C, why do I need to buy a new iPhone? Doesn't make any sense. I have the 17 Pro Max. I like it. I'm going to keep this one as long as possible. They're all the same. This is just random tech talk right now for those who are just jumping on. They still have their Christmas lights out. That's why it doesn't fully feel like we left winter. Because there's a couple houses on different streets that still have their Christmas light out. And they haven't taken it down, which is cool because I get to see it all year round. And they actually turn it on at night. Street's kind of busy right now over there. It was over 1K investment. I'm definitely going to be getting a second phone for sure. I have to, because it's hard sometimes when I'm on the go and like no one's on and I have to check my own stream. And I most likely I'm going to probably get a Galaxy S24, not a 25 or 26, because I don't like the design of the 25 or the 26. And the 24, I looked at the benchmarks of it. It's still pretty good for what it does. I get the 24 and I'll start streaming with that phone. And I'll use this phone as the tester to make sure my stream is working good. That way I have my own backup of like myself, so I can just double check that my sound sounds good, that what's going on, so I can troubleshoot on the go. Because unfortunately I can't do any of that without the second device. And bringing my tablet is a little bit of an annoyance because it's too big to be carrying with me. So I'm gonna call forth a S24 Ultra for streaming, because I can multitask as well while I'm streaming with Android phones. Apple is just abysmal when it comes to multitasking. They're horrendous. Yeah, the Air is just like, I can carry a heavier phone. Like, it's like humans are getting weaker for some stupid reason. It's like, I want a lighter phone. They're complaining about like lightness. Hello? Like, if it's lighter than the Zach Morris phone, then it's already light. What you complaining? Like, not like with humans, they're like, this phone has to be thinner and lighter. Humans are getting completely ridiculous now with their little third dimensional like thoughts and their like weak shit. If you grew up with the Zach Morris phone, and I call it that, the big block, then there's nothing to complain about because you grew up with the Zach Morris phone. For real, exactly, Jeanette. Like, if we grew up with the fucking Zach Morris phone. So like all these little bitches whining about, oh, the phone is too thick and it's too heavy. Get the fuck out of here with your little weak sauce shit. Complain about stupid shit like that. Come on. So true though. You complain about the dumbest things. Oh, the phone's too heavy when it only is like what, point, like 1 ounce, whatever it is. Oh, it's too thick. Hello? Go back like even 10 years ago, the phones were very thick. But you were dealing with it then. Oh, because Orion, we're advancing. And it should be thinner. Why? Who made the rules? You? Or are you just playing a little weak human character? I'll carry a 5-pound phone in my pocket. I'll do it. I have no problem carrying a 5-pound phone in my pocket. I'll hold it in my hand. I remember my friend had a Motorola StarTAC flip phone in high school, and I thought she was so cool. Those phones were awesome, by the way. I also had the Nokia 9110, the blue one, the brick. Of course, they made that phone back. They made a retro version of it, but made it more modernized. But I had that blue phone. It's actually probably somewhere in a box. Surprisingly, it's one of the things that from the old house that was still brought. But I got that when I was 21, 22. Every other time before that, I had to go to a fucking payphone and call with putting a friggin' quarter, or I had to call from home. Could you imagine just chatting up with a girl and you have to use your house phone? Like, that used to be my thing back in the day. Hey, or here's my house number, and then you have to be the one that runs to the phone and picks up the phone before your parents picks it up and be like, who's this girl you're talking to? God damn, I remember those days. I remember the Sidekick. One of my coworkers at the computer store had it. I was like, that's a pretty damn cool phone. And then, of course, the first Galaxy phones came out. The first Samsung Galaxy 1s came out, and I got that. Man, they were called the Captivate or the Vibrant. I had both. I bought two Galaxy phones. It was the weirdest thing because I really loved them both. But I actually used the Captivate over the Vibrant. We're going back old school. And then my next phone after that was the Samsung Galaxy Samsung Galaxy Note 4. That phone was a beast when it came out. It was a literal beast. It had a 4K camera back in the day, and it still shoots pretty good. And I think it was probably one of their last phones that you can change the battery. You can actually buy a battery and swap it out. But it's very slow now. I do have the phone still, but the battery, like, I have to get another battery for it. But sometimes the battery, it locks the phone up, which is weird. So the phone is rooted, and I bypass all security on that phone, and I used it as my MP3 player for the longest time because it has a headphone jack. So I was using wired headphones because I wasn't really into Bluetooth headphones back then. So I was using wired headphones, and I'm so happy that they actually put the fucking headphone jack on the top of the phone, not the bottom of the phone, where it doesn't belong on the bottom of the phone. That's the stupidest place to put a headphone jack, at the bottom of the phone. So you have your cord hanging from the bottom instead of from the top. It makes no logical sense to put it at the bottom. What a weird design humans do, putting shit at the bottom. The USB port is supposed to be at the bottom, not the headphone jack. That's a fascinating statement. That's a paradoxical statement you said there, though. Oh. I'll let them pass by. Whew. Almost back. Today, you won't be seeing the red car first. You'll see the white car because my brother's car, finally is working. He finally got it fixed. And it's so good. I'm happy that it's fixed for them. I want to see what they're going to do with this car. I can't wait to see, because there's no license plate, there's nothing. And inside of it, they ripped out a bunch of the stuff. So I can't wait to see what they do with this car. I look forward to seeing what they do with that Ford GT. I can't wait to see it. Whatever they end up doing with it. It's one of those project cars to work on. I'm always fascinated when I see cars like that. See what people will come up with. Whew. Yep, I am hungry. Phone battery at 65%. Don't know if I'll be on all day. I'll probably end it shortly. But I say that and then I stay on the entire day. Conversations sometimes are really good, so why stop it? Friday I'll be using the red car. We're going to London, Ontario, so I got to make sure this car is over here by Friday. Damn, it's hot. Okay. Give them an offer. If it was a Supra, I'd just take it from them. The Supra is my car. I won't be driving like a Nissan Z or a Nissan 350 or a Skyline. Like I like the Skyline. If somebody offered me a Skyline, I would take it. Like the one from like Fast and Furious. I do want to build one, but I want it to be already built. So meaning it has to be modified already. All right, I gotta test this thing out quickly because this shit. So earlier it was just like vibrating like this. So like it can't be doing that while I'm. So I'm gonna put you guys on it for a moment, see what happens. See if it's working. Sometimes just giving it a little bit of time to do its thing will work. I love Fast and Furious myself. The gimbal's acting up. Okay. Well, if that means I gotta order a new gimbal, because well, technically speaking, I don't walk to the water with you guys tomorrow, so that's not a problem. It's just, there's no point carrying this thing then. Because if that's this is just being silly. I'm gonna have to test it tomorrow morning. So I'll test this thing tomorrow morning. If it's still acting funky, then it is what it is. I'm gonna put it to charge though. Maybe resetting it like that will charge it, or charging it will reset the thing. I don't get tripped up with technology anymore. Because technology, as I mentioned earlier, used to frustrate the hell out of me. Because that's why I got out of IT. I hated when shit is supposed to just work and it doesn't work. I'm like, what the fuck? It was just causing me absolutely madness. That's why I'll never ever do IT again. And whoever my future wife will be, yes, I'll be your tech guy, but not your tech guy at the same time. I don't want to be solving fucking tech problems for the rest of my life. If it works, it works. Don't touch it. That's the rule. If it ain't broken, don't touch it. Just leave it alone. That's my golden rule. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Just leave it alone. I've learned that lesson. Had to learn that lesson far too many times. Tinkering with the Windows operating system and breaking shit. Do I date short girls? Well, they definitely gotta be, I could date a tall girl if I wanted to, because I have no parameters anymore. But I prefer my girls a little bit shorter than me, even with their high heels on. Yeah. I'm gonna restart the stream, so you guys hang tight for a moment. 1080, because you can see that I'm not on 1080p 60. So, uno momento. Should be back. It should activate. 1080p 60 should be kicking in shortly. I am back. What was that last comment about? It's only a problem for short height is a problem for guys only. Guys are less picky. Yeah, that's usually the problem that most men have. But there is a guy that I know that I've shared this story. I'm gonna have an apple, by the way, because you just brought that up. Because I didn't eat anything yet. There's a guy that I know who is 5'2" and he's dating a 6 foot tall woman. I'm not joking. I'm being absolutely serious when I say this. He's actually dating someone is like, I'm like, how? Like, how? And she's really beautiful. I'm like, how? He's like, bro, confidence. Confidence. Really? This is when I didn't know shit about anything. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm confident with myself. So he's dating a 6 foot tall woman, and he's still dating her. And she has no problem dating a short guy, because he's got the confidence of a man who's like 7 foot tall. Because it's really just comes down to that, just confidence. So he knows that he can, as he calls it now, bag a baddie. He can bag a baddie at any height if he wanted to. But he's been with her for several years now. So I was like, how would I feel if I dated somebody that's taller than me? Like, because I used to have this problem of like, would I date somebody taller than me? Like, if they're like 6'5", could I date somebody 6'5"? It's a tall woman, by the way. So I'm like, Can I imagine myself dating a tall woman, like someone who's extremely tall? and like I wrestled with. I should try it out actually, but the thing is, I don't feel the urge to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not calling to me to do that. It might be fun. And she wears her high heels, and she's even taller with her high heels on. I mean, there was a girl I used to work with, her name was Sarah, and she was the same height as me, but when she wears her high heels, she's like I had a crush on her. She knew it. She had no problem with me though. So like, but like when she was wearing her high heels, she was like, you have to like look up. But you know, yeah, that was my only like. I had a bunch of trip up with that. Like, if I'm dating a woman that's my height and then wears high heels, they're going to be giant. So I'm like, can I be okay with that? Can I be okay with a girl taller than me? And I did meditate on it for a bit, and I came to realize like, it doesn't matter. It's fucking you chose your body, and if someone knows, so here's the thing: if someone knows who they are, and you know who you are, and you two don't get tripped up with like the whole like size shit that most humans get tripped up with, then you're good. You're perfect. Yeah, I do my best to always. I do my best to be outside as much as I can. I like being outside. It's just, it feels good to be outside. Being inside, you know, in the wintertime, I'm outside as much as I can, determining how cold it is. But yeah, I do my best to be outside all year round, no matter what. It's just part of me. And yeah, you're right, Rihanna. Height shouldn't matter whatsoever. What emoji is that? Oh, I'm like seeing swirls and what is that, nose? I couldn't see the emojis there. I'm like, what emoji is that? I have to like stare at it for a moment, like, because it's the thing is on my end, I don't have, so you guys, I don't see your user picture name. Like I don't see your pictures on the computer. I can, because I can see YouTube, but Streamlabs, it has only your @ username, and then your text is surrounded by a blue like box. So all of you, your text is white, but you're surrounded with a blue box. So when I saw, I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, so anything blue, so any emojis that are blue, I have to like kind of like come close and stare at it, because I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like obviously I can tell that one because it has the eyes, but no, you're good. You didn't know, but like what, like the other one, like what the fuck is that? Yeah. Let me see if I can take a photo and show you guys what your chat looks like on my end. It'll be easier. I gotta use my tablet though. My tablet camera isn't the best, but I'll show you what it looks like. Let's see. Nope. There we go. Perfect. So look, this is what the chat looks like for you guys. It's really weird, but I know it's hard to see, but that's what my chat looks like for you guys. Yeah, I'll zoom in. My bad. Duh, I could zoom in. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. That's what the chat looks like. So basically, that's how I see you guys as chat. So there's only 3 messages at a time, but I can scroll up and see your message. That's why I don't get distracted by the chat. You guys are seeing a whole thing, You guys are seeing a whole thing on YouTube, right? I know because I used to use the YouTube app, so I know how it looks on YouTube. But on Streamlabs, it doesn't do that. Not on this app. So that's why I don't get distracted by a bunch of bullshit on the chat. That's why for me, if I missed your messages, I have to scroll up. So now you guys know what my chat looks like when I'm streaming. And just to show everybody else again, and since Rihanna, you're featured, yeah, you're featured. You're the one that's featured in this photo. Only you. Well, no more blue emojis. Well, you can still use the blue emojis. It's just hard to see the blue ones. Yeah. The blue ones are a little. Little tricky because it's merging with the blue background. Gosh, the words weren't coming out. All right, cool. What would you do if you got $7 million? That's a good question, actually. I would start investing some of it for sure. And I would start to build my brand even more. I'd start to set up... there's a couple things. I'd be helping it in a way that's helping humanity. So I'd find ways to sort of make more so I can help more. Because that's the goal, to have more so I can help more. So I would probably invest some of it, not all of it. I would definitely create like a studio so I can record and speak and share what I need to share. So I'd build like a little studio out that's like very professional. So I get like the equipment, like the camera, the better microphones, that kind of stuff. What else would I do with that? Notice how it's all still leaning towards my purpose. Like it's still of service, of helping. It's not really for me. I would require like the better camera, the fancier YouTube setup, the plant in the back, the nice backdrop that people have, nice lighting, great camera, like the bokeh effect, like the background blur. Yeah, I'd build out a studio, get the best type of camera with the best lens and just like record and be able to go live. So like that would cost maybe at most $100,000 to build a nice studio with all the equipment and all the like the noise suppression and isolation, so it's not like does not sound like bouncing back. So it's a really professional, like very professional studio. Other than that, yeah, invest. I'd obviously buy my penthouse, but I wouldn't outright buy it. I would take out a line of credit, buy the penthouse in San Diego, and then pay it off because you're building credit, even though I can pay off the house right or the penthouse right away. And then of course for for myself, get me my Toyota Supra. That's already fully modded. In fact, someone who already has the Fast and Furious 1 orange Supra, I'll just buy it off of you. I'll pay you the money and I'll just fucking take that car from you. So someone's like, how much you want for your car? 200,000? Okay, here you go. 300,000? I'll pay up to $1 million for that, even though a Supra doesn't cost $1 million. But I will pay it if I have to, just so I can have my car. I'm that determined to have my car. It doesn't cost $1 million to build that car though. So I want it already done. I don't want to have to wait for it to be made, taking 6 months. I want it done now. And there are plenty of people who have the Fast and Furious car already done. So I'll just buy it off of them. They can go build another one. I want it now. Yeah. Well, the goal for me is not the goal. The goal with me in wealth is not for me to keep my wealth. My goal is to redistribute it around the world to everyone else, so that everyone else can benefit from the wealth that I make, so that I can help the rest of the world and everyone else can benefit from it. Because I can't take this shit with me. Yeah, the orange Supra, the one from Fast and Furious 1, that one. I can't take the money with me, so I may as well give it, like, you know, redistribute it around the world, right? Circulate it. I'm not going to hoard it. So if I'm supposed to have a family with wife and kids, of course I'm going to leave them with whatever I can, but I'm also going to help distribute it in the world so that the rest of the world can at least benefit from it to some extent. Some way, somehow. MK4. I wanted the MK5 Supra, but I decided to go the MK4 route. It just feels more like a Supra, even though the MK5 is newer. And I've driven the MK5 Supra. I drove it in San Diego, in my home. Here we are. So I'm the one in the back. I'm the one that's This is the penthouse area that I'm going to be living in San Diego. This is my building. So I've already taken a photo with my building and my car that I'm living. So I already manifested the photo, but it's not going to be a black car. So I'm sitting in the car driving it. Yeah, it's a nice BMW Supra. I want the real MK4 Supra. So, yeah. Like this. This is also in San Diego. Hey Chelsea. Yeah, I could, but I hate Lambos. I don't like it. This is in San Diego. I took this photo. I'm like, you see, I knew I was supposed to go. Like, there was one day I was supposed to go to San Diego and I saw this. I was like, fuck yeah. This is my car. This one right here. This is not my car that's at this moment, but this is going to be my car. Like, this is my car. Yeah, I want the old model. I don't want the new model. Fuck the new one. Screw the new one. I want the old one. It's more of a Supra. Yeah, I want the old one. I want it to be at least over 1,000 horsepower. It's that car. That's my car. Everybody else who's driving my car are posers right now. That's my car. And I'm the one that's going to honor Mr. Brian, Mr. Paul Walker. Everybody else, you're just fucking posers using my car. I'm going to find everybody who has that car and buy it off of them. So I'll have thousands of different orange Supras. I'll be the one that has it all. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. That's the character being facetious. Yeah. So this is in San Diego. I was like, oh my God, my car. This is my car. And this is in San Diego. So I was meant to see it. That night when I took the walk there, I was like, I was meant to see it. Like, there's no way that was not meant for me to not see. So, and then of course this is my penthouse. So, like, you can't see the top obviously, but like there. So, you know, they say to never tell your dreams to anybody, but I don't give a fuck because nobody can deter me from my dreams. Nobody can stop me from my dreams. Porsche is better, but I don't care. Porsche is ugly. I don't like Porsches. So, like, just so you all know, you're not really supposed to share your dreams with people, because if you share your dreams and people attempt to deter your dreams, they basically can affect your manifestation. But guess what? When you know who you are, nothing can affect you. And that's a bar. Write it down. So, I'm always coming up with lessons. No one can actually deter me on what I'm going to have. It's already done. The order has been placed. It's finished. So no human can say, you're never going to have that. Oh yeah? You watch. Just watch. So it doesn't really matter if you tell your dreams to someone or not. If you have the convictions within yourself, you can speak it out. It doesn't matter to who. Nobody can stop you unless you allow them to stop you from within yourself. That's another bar. Write it down. Speaking of which, did you know you would manifest so much as an amazing person? Of course, you're manifesting right now. I'm always manifesting. All of you are manifesting. I'm going to go get an apple, Rihanna. I'm going to go get me an apple for now. Let me wash my hands first. And I'll grab me a clementine, because why not? I hope this apple's crunchy, though. I'll grab 2 clementines. Nice. Well, this is the first stuff going into my system for today. Ah, Mr. Fly, you got in the house? Okay, you gotta come out. Come on. Come on now. Otherwise, you're gonna get destroyed by someone else, and I don't want that for you. So, come on out. I'm leaving a little bit of a crack for you to get out. Find your way out. Oh yeah. I don't even know what that emoji that is. I have no idea. Yeah, we get those fruit flies. They're here. They're not here presently in the house, but they do show up. Apologies for the ASMR. But I'm gonna have my apple. They're a little bothersome, yes. I don't hate them, but they're like, you guys are not supposed to be here. Go outside where you belong. Apparently people like ASMR. Apparently, so. You know, it's funny because it was the girls on the other channel. They're like, we love the chewing ASMR. I'm like, what? You guys are weird. But it became a thing on my other channel. They hear like me crunching into toast and apple crunching and all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, this is so weird. But they helped me to break my what was it? My fear of when I'm eating in front of other people. I used to have a fear of eating in front of other people. It's so weird. It was the dumbest fear I held. It was the weirdest. Even if I would go out to restaurants, I didn't like when I'd hang out with somebody. I didn't like when I was eating my meal and they were watching me eat. I'm like, don't watch me while I'm eating. Like, I hated that feeling. I don't care. Shall I emphasize the bites even more? Crazy. I never understood ASMR. Never. I was like, people like this? Like, I didn't know what ASMR meant, first of all, and then I looked it up on Google. I'm like, what is ASMR? And I looked it up, and I'm like, so people like I've seen people doing plastic bubble wrap, so that's an ASMR one. I've seen somebody chewing food. Apparently people like that. That's like this. I've seen people they like squish into like some like weird thing, like some putty kind of thing, and it makes like this crackling sound. What's up, shapeshifter? What's up, shapeshifter? Good to see you. I mean, if this doesn't bother you guys, then that's fine. But I know not everybody wants to hear chewing. I saw Trisha Paytas doing one. She's hilarious. I don't know who that is. I guess I should look her up quickly. Let's see who Trisha Paytas is, if I'm saying her name right. Oh, okay. Fair. I see her. Just Trish Podcasts. Fair. I have no idea who. I'm completely disconnected from a lot of like people from social media, except for like the main like Mr. Beast and iShowSpeed and those guys, because you know they're just out there. The only reason why I know iShowSpeed is because he went into WWE. He went into wrestling. That's it. I didn't know who the fuck iShowSpeed was at all, and I didn't care. I care about his soul, but I don't care what he does. For me, it has no value. Kai Cenat? Never heard of that person. Let's go look that person up now. So Kai Cenat. Nope. Never seen him either. It's the first time now that I see him and I go on him. Yeah, never seen him before. So fascinating. 8 billion people and never ran into some of these guys who are very popular. Cool. Good on him. On Elon Musk, as an entrepreneur, he's a really good entrepreneur. As a business person, really good business person. As a person who makes a lot of money, really good at making money. For everything else though, he made his mistakes and he does what he does. That I don't care about. He just did something for me though. He showed me it's possible that humans can make it to being a trillionaire. So he did me a favor. Because now that he crossed the threshold, others will be able to cross the threshold, and I will cross that threshold too. I'm so confident in myself that it will happen. But I'm going to be using that trillions to redistribute around the world. I'm going to be the most generous trillionaire ever existing in humankind. And then I'll die and go back and leave my legacy. I saved apple seeds so I can go plant them. So I'm going to bite into the core and get a bunch of seeds right now. Look at that. Good. Oh, one actually fell. That's good. Basically, yes. That's my goal. The money's not for me at all. I'll use it for obviously helping me so I can help the rest of the planet, but it's not really for me and keeping it for myself. Yes, I'll take vacations, but while I'm on vacation, you best believe I'll be helping people on my vacation. I'll see somebody on my path and be like, I'm going to talk to this person. So, traveling in the world is necessary so I can impact people who may not have run into me or may not see me on YouTube or wherever I go. There we go. What was that? 8? 9. 9 apple seeds from this one apple. I have a whole little container for seeds now, so I can go plant them. And that's my other thing. I'm going to go in the trail and plant the seeds. And as I know they're not going to sprout next year, but like as time goes on, they will eventually take hold, and you know, people while they're walking on the trail they can grab an apple. I'm always finding ways to give back somehow. It's interwoven into my being. But I also know how to receive. And that's why I keep talking about receiving. In the next couple of days, we'll be mentioning receiving a lot. Ask, declare, command, receive. God damn. You could see me being an entrepreneur. I already am an entrepreneur, though. What makes you think that I'm not already an entrepreneur? I'm already an entrepreneur. I'm already working for myself. That's my definition of entrepreneurship. If you're making money, and even if you weren't making money, and you still bet on yourself, you're an entrepreneur. A bigger one. Okay. My mission as well is to make sure that if I'm going to hire anybody, that they know that they're equal to me. There's no hierarchy in my company. Yes, I may be the one that's the CEO or the chief executive officer, even though that is CEO, or like the owner, but I'm no different than the employee. But I don't want to create hierarchy. Hierarchy doesn't exist to me. I have a marketing team. I'll have a tech team. But they're all interconnected. They're no better or worse. There's no, and I'm making sure that before I hire them, they know that that's the philosophy before they get hired. There is no hierarchy in my way of living and being. Even when I have kids, should I have kids? I already have kids in the inner world, but let's see what happens in the physical world. I'll make sure that they know that though they can call me dad, that I'm also not their dad. I'm more their brother. Because I just brought them in to the world so they can go and explore. So at a certain age, they don't have to call me dad. They can just call me Orion. If they want to call me dad, that's their choice, but they don't need to. No hierarchy. Nice. And my goal is to stop those reptilians that run this shit. So technically your goal is actually going to eventually be working with me. Time's ticking for them. One way or another. You'll be working alongside me. What gives you the "you're not my real dad" thing? It's not a thing, it's a feeling. It's something that cannot be explained by words. What's not happening? You can't stop me, dude. I split 3 arrows today from 60 yards. I'm basically Robin Hood. Amazing. That's awesome. Welcome, Jesse James. Good to see you again, by the way. It's awesome. That is amazing. I love archery. I'm not really good at it, but I do like archery. It's pretty fun. Bang. There's a robin just staring at me right now. There's another bird singing right over here. The universe is paying attention. It always brings a bird for me to like pay attention to. Just chilling there. Yeah. So back to like what I was sharing. My goal is to make sure that everyone that I impact has the ability to know that they can live their best life, but also with the wealth that I generate is to circulate it back. There's no point keeping it. It's supposed to flow. It's not supposed to be hoarded whatsoever. It's supposed to be like this, one continuous flow. Those what I'm here to do is undo a lot of the hierarchy, the system. It's not just me. There's others who are also doing it too. They're here to undo the hierarchy. It's going to be a little bit of a work, though, and that's good because that gives us endless opportunities to undo it. But it will be done. I've already seen the games already unfolding. No, not Uncle Scrooge. Because I'll be recirculating it around the world, like building infrastructure in places that doesn't have infrastructures right now. I don't care if I tell you guys my dreams, because there's nothing that if anyone wants to impede on my dreams, it's not happening. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry, but I'm just way too powerful. And yes, I'll be arrogant when I say that. I'm really too powerful to be stopped. That's why I can share my dreams, because I can't be stopped. Plus, mine is actually of service to the world, not for myself and myself alone. This is how humans are supposed to operate, working together, helping each other. So, let me be the change maker. Let me be the one. I'll be the trailblazer, and I'll set a new course, and I'll show other entrepreneurs what they can do. And stop being so greedy and keeping it all for themselves and start helping the rest of the planet. And you still have enough for yourself. Go ahead. You can't. I'm more powerful than any reptilian. Be my guest. I'll obliterate you like this. Just like that. Go ahead, though. You can use your 3rd dimensional and 5th dimensional stuff. I'm at God's level. Your reptilians are not at God level. They're still operating from a 4th or 5th. Maybe even a 6th. don't attempt to be egotistical with me because I'll put you in your place. And I'm having fun with you, by the way. I know you're joking around. I'm joking around too. But yeah, my goal is to make sure I can help the rest of the world, prosper. And I go to 99. What's your point? I go beyond 99, in fact. My crew is laughing at me right now. My crew is like, what in the God's name is our commander doing on the earth right now? He needs to be with us. Yeah. Jake, it's going good, man. What's up, dude? Fist bump to you too, bro. I like fist bumps. I'm not really a high five kind of person or a handshake kind of guy. I'm more like a fist bump, dude. I'm like, what's up, bro? Jake, you good? I'm just hanging out, man. I'm just chilling. I was gonna go grab something more to eat because I just had an apple and two clementines. So just chilling right now. I have to go do my workout shortly. I got an upper body day to do. The guns. Gotta work on the guns today. The guns, the shoulders, the pecs, and the back. I don't know if I'll be streaming this today. I also have to groom later because tomorrow I have not a client meeting, but I have a potential partnership with a person potentially. I don't know. We'll see what happens where that chat goes. It's going to be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'm going to have to groom later. It doesn't take long to groom, but I do have to groom because I want to look presentable on stream on video. And there's a little bit of scruff right now. So. And then Friday I got to roll to London, Ontario, driving 2 hours from here and meeting up with a connection who just had her awakening, and she needs someone to talk to about some things because a lot of people are gaslighting her into believing she's gone crazy or something. So I look forward to actually spending time with her, but also, making sure like she knows that she's like, we already had a call, but like I want to see her in person and tell her like everything's going to be all right. You're going to be good. You're going to go through your shit, though. I'm going to tell her that you're going to go through the ringer, but you're going to start to get more grounded within yourself. She went half a century believing a bunch of things that are now not true to her. Now she just... So, that's what's up. Yeah, man. I can give you money, but you can make money yourself. You're an infinite being who's forgotten that you're an infinite being. You can make that money. You're a powerful being. You're just playing the human character. You can make your own money. You have the ability to do it. See, the thing is, I'm going to be here to not feed people's victim stories. I'm not here for that. I'm here for empowerment. I empower people. I don't play the victim. I don't keep enforcing the victim stories. The universe is basically telling me that you don't need me to help you to start your startup. The universe is saying just start your startup, and all the steps will unfold as you walk the path. And then someone in the future will ask you the same thing, and then you will basically share the same thing. You're gonna let them figure it out by knowing that they have the power within themselves. It's true, though. This is how you pay it forward. There is going to be someone I'm going to run into in the physical who will have a bunch of cash on me, and I'm going to give it to them. Because someone has done that for me, and I'm going to pay it forward. Pay it forward to that person so they know that they can do it. So for you who's asking for 500, know that you already have 500, but you have to stop looking at the world for your source. You got to be your source. When you are your source, then the world will start to offer you opportunities to bring forth that resource. That's how it works. So you got to go within. Right now I'm giving him a little bit of coaching. I know he probably doesn't need the coaching, he wants the money, but this is important. Know that you have the answers right here to generate the 500 that you need to start your business or whatever it is that you need to do. You have to feel that you know that you already have it. And then as you feel it with your senses, this is a sensory world. You use your senses to navigate the world. As you use your senses in the world, I know it sounds ridiculous, but just hear me out. This is how this works. As you start to feel that you already have it, you're going to start to get insights on how to generate that 500. Or someone might just come around and just, here you go. I think you needed it today, so here you go. And someone will gift it to you in your physical experience. You never know. Money can come from all different sources. It doesn't have to come from one particular way. You have to allow money to flow. But if you feel like you're poor and you're begging for money, then the universe will only give you more of the same, that you will continuously beg for money. You're not a beggar. Know yourself. See, he's saying don't lie. So the fact that he's not even listening already tells me that his mind is finessed. So if you're saying that I'm lying right now, then you are where you are and you will continue to forever be begging. You're not a beggar. You are a conscious creator that can bring forth your wealth within yourself. You have that power. Know thyself and thou shalt know how to do it. If you don't know yourself, then you will forever be enslaved by the universe. The universe isn't against you, but it wants you to know. If you don't know yourself and know how to handle even generating 500, then what makes you think that when the bigger stuff comes, you'll be able to handle it? Know thyself and thou shalt know all. Or yes, you can use the barter system too. Trade for a trade. Old school system. Yeah. I know he's just probably playing a game too, but I just literally gave a master class on how to generate money. So, you're welcome. That was like a freebie. I need to clip off this piece of skin that's like wanting to come off, or I just pull it off. It's like bothering me. Got to do my grooming. I'll deal with that in a bit. You all have the power within yourself. Whatever, and this is perfect that he showed up. You all have the power within yourself to generate whatever resource it is that you're looking for, but you have to be hyper specific what that is. If we're talking about money specifically. Yes, you will have to take physical action. This is not just thinking and feeling and all come to pass. You have to take physical action. This is a physical world. You must take physical action, but you have to take action from a state of alignment. Alignment. Remember the word. Attention is alignment. If you're not paying attention to where you're placing your attention, then whatever action you take may not be in alignment, and you might just spinning your wheels in like frustration. So once you focus within, whatever that is, it will allow you to generate the it will allow you to generate the resources by taking aligned action that actually feels in alignment. And you'll know what feels in alignment because it'll feel easy, effortless, and flow. If it feels heavy, hard, restrictive, resistant, you are not truly in alignment, because alignment means things just work. It just flows. When you're not in alignment, it doesn't work that way. You run into problems. Do I have any favorite AI program? I mean, I don't really use AI as much as like I used to. I mean, I still use ChatGPT here and there, but I don't really use it much anymore. I don't know. I don't really use that much AI when I think about it, except for like ChatGPT to just, like get some information quickly without having to Google search some stuff. Because like ChatGPT has now become my new Google, essentially. I don't go ask Google for, how to da-da-da-da. I'm like, I ask ChatGPT and see what it actually will come up with, because it's much quicker. And it's a little bit more in depth. Like, for example, I had to ask ChatGPT something on one of my old gaming laptops. Like it's a 2014 laptop that one of the fans went kaput. So I needed to ask ChatGPT, what would be the reason why the fan would have gone? Would it have been just the bearings? Could it be the wiring? Could it be a heating issue? So I asked it, and it punched out some information for me, what that Google would have not been able to really provide me with. Even though Google uses AI now, when you pop up now, it'll have the Gemini thing before you have your search results. So, but I still prefer using ChatGPT for that. Tell me how to get a ray gun. Go within yourself and summon it up. Summon a ray gun. You'll have the blueprint on how to either make one or you'll get one. You might be the one that has to build a ray gun. You might be the inventor of a ray gun. Who know? You never know. We have no idea. If you really want to bring a ray gun into physical form, you might be the one that has to do it. How did other guns get into existence? Somebody had to think about it, and they brought it into existence. It didn't just exist, right? It came from somewhere. It came from the mental realm. So maybe you're meant to build a ray gun, and you're gonna sell it, and you're gonna make loads of money. But you're also gonna create a lot of problems on the planet. But I mean, it is what it is. But here we are. I like 1911s. I'm not even sure. Is that a gun or is that just a year? I don't know if 1911s is a gun. I have no idea. I'm not versed in guns or weapons like that. It's a gun. Okay. I don't care about that, but sure. I guess I'll look it up at some point. 1911s. The names. Apocalypse. What's the word for today? Decide. Make a decision and decide. It's like decide on what it is that you desire to have, what it is that you desire to be, what it is that you desire to actually desire. And when I say desire, you already have it within, but you have to make a choice and decide that you have it now. And decide that you are what you say you are. You are what you desire to be, but you have to decide right now. You can decide tomorrow, you can decide 10 years from now, but eventually you're going to have to decide in some present moment that you're this, whatever it is. So decide. There's nothing wrong with deciding what's for like to eat, right? Like I run into that, but like you have to decide who you are and what you desire, because if you are not clear, the universe is going to look at within you, because you're an energy being. So it's looking within you in every present moment, and it's seeing this is what apocalypse is. So I'm just going to give him more of the same. So if you're not clear, you have to be hyper specific, and it, unfortunately, due to the fact how the world currently is, it's a bunch of distraction and a bunch of distraction and distortions. These two things alone create the noise in the head, and unfortunately you can't get clear when you have distraction and distortion in your head. So in order to end distraction and distortion, you have to decide to be in the now by stilling yourself and watching what the mind's actually saying. Once you get the mind under your control, because remember, you're not the mind, you have a mind, you allow yourself to slow down. And then you can start deciding, what is it that you actually desire to have? And you can get more hyper specific. Because imagine you go on Amazon, because this is what the universe is. It's like Amazon. You go on Amazon, you type in t-shirt, right? You're going on Amazon, you're looking for a t-shirt. You type in just t-shirt. You're going to get probably 1 million results for t-shirts. So you're probably going to look at some t-shirts, but you're probably like, no, I want a red t-shirt with some graphics. So now you're getting more specific. So you're typing into Amazon or into the universe, I want red t-shirt with a graphic on it. So now you're seeing a bunch of red t-shirts and now graphics. Now you're probably like, I don't like these graphics. I want a t-shirt with, I'm going to use Goku because he's my dude. A red t-shirt with Goku on it. And speaking of which, let's go Amazon this right now. I'm curious because now that I'm doing it, let me see what Amazon has. I'm opening it up right now. So red t-shirt. I'll put Goku red t-shirt. Let me see if there's anything that pops up. Yep, there's one right here. Hyper specific. Right? So this is how the universe works. You have to be specific. Because if I just type in t-shirt, you know what's about to happen. I love using Amazon as this example. There's a bunch of t-shirts, and you can just pick and pick and pick and just, but eventually you'll pick one and then you'll be hyper specific once you pick it. So the whole point of what I'm getting at with Amazon is that when you go on Amazon, are you specific with what you're looking for, or are you just broad? Because the universe, if you're broad and vague, will give you back broad and vague, and then you'll end up being frustrated, wondering why is it not working for you. Yeah, universe be doing ads on Amazon, indeed. Universe wanted me to use Amazon as the example because Amazon is the best example for what you're looking for. I'm clear about my goals for the next few months. I want to ace this exam, perfect, in August. But why do I waste my time so much every day, the same mistakes? Why can't I just put my head down and focus? You just answered your own question. Take everything you just said there. I'm going to show you something. Take everything you just said there and see why are you not able to do it. We're reverse engineering what's going on here. You say you can't focus, right? But that's not true at all. I can guarantee you can focus, but you're not focusing on what you desire to focus on. You're focusing on things you don't want to focus on. So that implies that you do have focus. You do have focus. You're not lacking focus. So Apocalypse, to get back to you. I'm not for Shapeshifter and Underboss. They'll chat. They're having their own conversation right now. I'm not focused on them. For you specifically, you have the ability to focus, but you're saying you can't focus. But guess what? You're focusing on what you can't focus on, so that's still focus. You see? Do you see the paradox? What's going on here? You're saying you can't focus, but you're focusing on you can't focus. But you do have focus because you typed that out. So you can take that same energy and apply it to what you do desire to focus on. The reason why you're not focusing specifically on this thing is because it doesn't feel in alignment. It's like a chore. If you knew it was something so good that you love so much, you would do it. You wouldn't have any problems even focusing on it. So like, if you don't like studying and all that stuff, you're not going to generally do it. You're going to want to scroll on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, because that's more enjoyable, right? So in order for you to shift the perspective of like whatever it is that you're attempting to lock in, you have to make that thing enjoyable, something fun. If you don't make it fun, it's going to be a chore. And if it becomes a chore, it becomes like resentment. And you won't want to do it. That's just how it works. That's the mind, creating like the story and the meaning behind things. Every time I sit to study, I start thinking about all those months I wasted. And then I feel anxiety, eventually procrastinating every night, curse myself for making these. So how about this? Tonight, Apocalypse, this is what you're going to do. Pay attention. You might want to write this down or you just listen. Tonight, from this moment forward, actually, I think it's nighttime right now. I don't know where you are in the world, but it doesn't really matter. At this moment right now, you have made no more mistakes. It's done. You're done. You're not even going to entertain all the months you've wasted. You didn't waste shit. That's your mind. Listen carefully. This is probably going to go over your head for a moment, but listen carefully. Your mind is creating a story to keep you where you are, but guess what? Where you are is your transcendence, because you're about to evolve to another version of you, because I'm about to attack your mind. I'm not attacking you, I'm attacking the mind. Because the mind is creating a story, attempting to finesse you into believing that you can't focus, because it wants to keep you safe. You are not the mind, you have a mind. Big difference. Extremely big difference. Oh. So, Apocalypse. From this moment forward, decide, because you asked about the word, decide that you have no more failures and you didn't waste time. That time that was used the way it was supposed to be used. It's not you have to change the meaning, essentially. Shift the meaning behind that experience, but you have to decide what meaning you give to it now. If you continue to say, but I wasted time and I wasted months, then you keep falling back into the trap over and over and over again. And your mind is just going to keep playing you like a fiddle. So you have to decide when you put a stop to it, because you're the one that's feeding the mind. And the mind is then taking your energy and gaslighting you into believing that you're procrastinating and this and that. You're not procrastinating. That word doesn't exist. That's an illusion. It's made up. You get to decide. You have to decide when, though, that you will be done with entertaining the bullshit that the mind keeps spewing out. You have no focus problem. You didn't waste months. Don't worry about that. Change the meaning. In fact, I'm going to change the meaning for you right now. Those months that you think you didn't waste any months. All you did was simply had an experience. Nothing more, nothing less. You simply had a couple months of experiences. Whatever it was, it was. That's it. Move forward. But the mind doesn't operate in the now. It focuses on the past. You have to get the mind to stop looking at the past. And how do you do that? By knowing that you are not the mind, number one. Number two, slowing down and relaxing. Everything's okay. You're on the right track. All is good. Everything is good. Nothing more, nothing less. You're on the right track. You didn't waste any time. You're not procrastinating. And those stories are just the mind creating a story. Nothing more. So, you can change the meaning at any time, but you have to decide when you want to change the meaning you give to your experience. Your emotions are going to use itself against you. Just remember that it's not always on your side. But who you are goes beyond your body and your mind and your nervous system. So you have the power to influence your mind and your nervous system to wield the power within yourself. Perfect. Love you too, dude. And you're doing great. Remember, you're doing great. You're doing wonderful. Don't ever forget that you're doing, even if you feel like shit, deep down, you're actually doing great. You're actually doing amazing. Even when shitty things are unfolding, it's just an experience. It allows you to navigate, because once you stop identifying with the mind, you allow yourself to, hello, pretty princess, good to see you again. When you allow the mind to slow down, you start to allow yourself to see the mind for what it's doing, creating the stories and the noise. But since you are not the mind, you have a mind, you allow yourself to slow it down and have control over the mind. Remember, you're doing great in every present moment. Even when shit is happening, you got to remember to anchor yourself into that feeling that you're doing good. Even if you're feeling like shit, just know that is to help you to flex your muscles to know that you're going to pass through it. Think of it like a cloud in the sky. It doesn't last forever. Your thoughts are like clouds that just pass in the sky. They don't last forever. They will move. The only reason why they don't move is because we keep creating them over and over and over in our head. That's why so many people get stuck and trapped in their paradigms and they don't move forward. This is what I help my clients with. Sometimes they get stuck in their paradigms. That's why they pay me for what I do, because they know that there's something more and deep for them, but they don't know how to get past it. And this is where I come in to show them how to get past it. It's the same thing I just did, quite literally. The reason why they pay me instead of watching me is because, number one, they want one-on-one time with me. They don't want to be distracted by all the extra stuff going on YouTube. They want one-on-one time. They also have the resources to pay me. I am and I'm not. So I don't charge for fitness. I should though. I charge for helping this, because this, when you get this under control, everything else falls into place. Healthy mind, healthy body. Unhealthy mind, unhealthy body. You're welcome, dude. You're very welcome. I'm glad you paid attention. Because not everybody, just remember, Apocalypse, not everybody pays attention. And because not everybody pays attention, not everybody sees the value. You see the value because you're locked in. You're locked the fuck in. After your exams are done, right? This is what I would also recommend you do. I know you say you're clear on your goals for the next couple months. Write out your goals for your life, whatever that is. I don't care how big it is. Be audacious and ask whatever it is that you desire. Because in the next couple of days, I'll be talking about asking the universe or telling the universe or commanding the universe. Whatever it is that you desire, this is what it is. But be hyper specific and be clear on it. And don't put a timeline of when and how. And be good with and without it. So be detached from the outcome. If you can be detached from the outcome and you're good either way and you know it's already yours, you'll see as it just unfolds. When the world attempts to impress you with everything and you're not impressed by anything, the world will attempt to give you everything. That's a bar. Write it down. Because the world will attempt to impress you with all kinds of shiny objects. But if you're not getting impressed by the world anymore, then the world will attempt to give you everything just to impress you. That's how reality works. But if you're impressed by all the shiny objects out in the physical world, then the world sees you as not a victim, but it sees you playing the illusion and will continuously finesse you by throwing fake things at you for you to keep biting into the fake things. Like you're basically getting baited into the fake stuff. Princess. Sure, go for it, Princess. What do you got? What you got? I got you. Apocalypse, That was for you and everyone else. Because it wasn't just for him, but that. Go for it, princess. The stage is yours. I'm just going to wait for Princess for a little bit, see what question she has for us. This is me just fiddling around. This is what the mind does when it's like, let's see. I have a knee, I had a knee replacement last March 2025, now going for aquatic therapy. Am I doing a good thing? Anything can be a good thing. It all comes down to your perception behind it, the meaning you give to something. I was talking about this earlier when I was at the water. It's the meanings you, and I was just mentioning this to Apocalypse, it's the meaning that you give something. So, if you feel like, and this is something you have to ask yourself, because only you can ask yourself this. If you feel like you're doing aquatic therapy, is it therapy you said? Let me just make sure I read that correctly. Yeah, aquatic therapy. If you feel that aquatic therapy is helping you and it's good for you and you feel some sense of relief from it, then yes, it's good. Because it comes down to your perceptions of the thing that you're doing. It's not even about the thing, it's about the perception behind the thing you do. So most people, what happens is that they, like earlier we had a question about lust. Is lust a bad thing? Lust is neither good nor bad, it just is. But it's your thinking behind the perception of lust that is creating a potential problem. So like, for example, this aquatic therapy, it's neither good nor bad. It's your thinking behind the perception of, is aquatic therapy good? That might be potentially the mind saying, is this like okay if I should do it? Only you can decide if it's good and if it feels in alignment within you. If it feels in alignment with you, it will work. Because it all starts within you to decide if it's going to work or if it's good. Because if it's not good, then aquatic therapy won't work. I hope that makes sense. It's really deciding what you choose to create the meaning behind the aquatic therapy, the meaning behind the experience. Let me know if that makes sense. If not, I'll clarify it a little bit more. But I know that made sense. The mind probably might be kind of like attempting to processing right now, but I know your soul understood what I was saying. There's like a certain noise that kind of stopped and it's like quieter. I like it. And also, just so you know, I'm sending lots of healing and love to your knee because I know that's a very painful experience. So, lots of love and lots of healing to you, Princess, for your knee. That's never fun. I also have, I'm also having numbness in the ball of my knee, and I'm also taking I'm also gotcha, okay. Well, sending healing and love to the ball, like the numbness in the ball of your knee. No, I'm not carrying anything. Energy might be just because the way I'm looking right now. But I'm not carrying anything. If anything, I'm just more locked in than I normally am, because I just got to help Apocalypse just now. So I was just like focusing on him. Because when I focus, I kind of look like I'm like, all's good. You're good. Yeah, more like serious and locked in right now, because Princess just asked the question too, because like I like when you guys ask me questions that I can actually help you solve. When I see like other things in a chat, I'm like, so it helps me to stay like locked in when that happens. I know, I'm aware. Thank you. I won't push that away ever. But I'm good. I promise you, I'm very, very good. I'm just focused. Yeah. I'm just also tuning in, just checking in with myself right now. Because you have to read your own body and see what is happening with yourself. Yeah. Well, it makes me happy that Princess and Apocalypse got their questions asked. If there's any questions that any of you want to ask, feel free about anything, because like that's why I came on these live streams, to sort of like help. But sometimes the chat can be a little distractive, because like I either see like so many things and then I miss somebody's question. I have to scroll all the way back up. So if there are questions, you can ask it. There's another YouTuber who kind of, he when he goes live, he has like 800 people in his stream, and like he has to like rapidly fire through questions, and he has to like be like, he's really intentional and very quick at it. So you can say I'm kind of doing the same thing too. Rapid fire. Hello, good to see you. I like your name. Nobody got time. Nobody got time for that. I like that name. Marcel, what's up, dude? 5 pillars of diet proof or bulletproof diet. Interesting. 5 pillars. You can share the pillars if you like. It all depends, basically. There's a lot of factors when it comes to healing, Princess. It comes down to treatments. It comes down to your mental capacity to know if it's taking longer. It really is starting with you, though. Like, yes, the treatments will help, but it's really your mind that's creating it's the mind that's creating the fixing, essentially. So you're the one that's actually really doing the healing, while they're helping with the treatments. But you're speed tracking it if you say that the healing is going to be fast. So if you say the healing is going to be super fast, like, then it'll be fast. But if you say it's slow, or if it is going to take a lot of time, or it's going to take a long time, then unfortunately, due to that law that was made that says it's going to take a long time, then your healing will take a little bit longer than normal. You see what I'm saying? Ella, nice to meet you. Pleasure. I do like your username, though. Nobody got time for that. Even though you didn't put that part. Nobody got time for that. But that's a pretty cool name. Pretty cool username. I may forget, but I'm usually good at remembering people's names. You're good, Marcelo. Don't even worry about that. You energetically said hello to me. Don't worry about that. You're good. So to Princess, yeah, if you think it's going to take a long time to heal, or it may take a long time to heal the knee, then it did cut out. Cool. I like the fact that he even came over and he even asked like is all good. My neighbor he's gonna go cut grass now, so which is fine. No big deal on that. That's perfectly timed. Hello, Sia Tonga Tong. I like that name, by the way. And yes, I'm pretty aware of like the UK time because there's another person who comes on. Her name is MK. She's also from the UK, so I keep track of like the 5-hour difference. I'll call you Sia. You see, the more that people engage in the chat, the more other people will show up in the stream that are supposed to be here. So for those of you who are new, I help people to unlock their fullest potential of their mind so they can live their best life. But another way of saying that is I also help you to let go of the silly stories or the bullshit stories that the mind tells you, which isn't true, so that you can live your best life. So that's what I do. I'm a coach. I have to use that word for now because most people won't understand what I actually do. So I am a coach that helps people to blast past their mind so they can live their best life. Yep. Sia, good to have you on, by the way. Oh, she is? Awesome. I did not even know that. Well, hello there, Sia. Pleasure to meet a fellow streamer. I don't usually get other streamers on my channel, so this is cool to have another streamer on my channel. So thank you for that. You're lurking. Hey, that's cool. Lurk away. Nothing wrong with that. I wonder if I finished with Princess. Princess, does that make sense what I shared regarding the healing of your knee? Like if you tell yourself that it's going to take a long time, or if you believe it's going to take a long time, then it will take a long time. But you get to influence how fast your healing happens by saying that, you know what, it's going to heal. Right? Because you're influencing the mind. It's like placebo. It's a placebo effect essentially. So you're the one you're going to go through the physical therapy, the aquatic therapy, but you can also, while you're getting it done, you can influence the body with the mind and say, in this moment, my body's restoring back to the way it was. Because you have the power to influence the experience with your mind. Yeah, I know the aquatic person's telling you that, but they themselves may not know how the mind actually works. Because I see time and time again that other people, even though they're in their profession, they've done that work for maybe years, there are people who actually go beyond what they currently know on their experience, right? That's why I'm saying, like, if you take on that person's perspective, you might end up with their perspective and theirs alone, and you catch a stray bullet. Make banana bread? I haven't had banana bread in forever. I usually buy banana bread if I don't usually make it. Too much work for that. But that does sound good. Yeah. So I trust that makes sense, Princess, because the thing is, like, most people, like, on social media, I know this is not a social media thing that you're working with the person who's doing the aquatic therapy with you, but, like, this is just an example in general. When you're listening to someone, this includes me too, so remember, always have discernment. Whenever you are listening to someone anywhere, social media or in person, always do your best to know where are they currently in their life based on their frequency. They might be a professional, but where are they in their life, and what, like, are they saying that something has to take long? What if it doesn't actually have to take long at all? What if it's actually going to be sooner than you think, right? Because it depends on their level of awareness of how the mind works, right? The mind is what governs a lot of the experience. We think it's just the physical realm, but it's actually more mental than physical. Yes, we operate in the physical and it only makes sense, but there's a lot of things that happen in the mental realm that influence the physical. So that's why as within, so without. So if you say something takes any time or too much time, then that's the word that creates a law, and that law then gets governed into your physical experience. That something will take more time than it has to. Thank you. I do my best, Ella. Healing with Mama Love. How's your day going? What's the topic? Today, the topic is about deciding. We're talking about deciding on, in every present moment, what you choose to experience, what you choose to have in your life, what you choose to entertain as your truth, what you choose to entertain as your beliefs, what you choose to entertain with words that you speak, what you choose to entertain or decide on being in the world. But you have to decide. Because if you don't decide, the universe will decide it for you. By using the as without, so within principle. The reverse of the as within, so without. Because most of us, we get extremely trapped up on the physical realm by seeing physical things. It's only natural, we live in a physical world. But we get trapped up with this physical realm, and unfortunately we see with our eyes, and our mind takes in the experience, and then we get finessed into believing this is the real truth. But really it starts within you, but you then take this, make it your truth, and then reapply it back out, and it becomes a nasty loop, and it'll be a forever perpetual cycle. But when you start within, then your outside world changes. And for some of you who have been on my channel, you guys have already seen how many people are so kind and positive. Look, my neighbor just now, he came over and he's like, yo, bro, I'm going to be cutting grass just now. Is it okay? I'm like, yeah, dude, go ahead and cut the grass. You'll be good. Because he knows that I help people. But he never has asked me that before. Right? He just came over and he's like, hey, I'm going to go cut grass. Are you going to be good? I'm like, yeah, everything's going to be great. Go for it. Don't worry. The mic I'll use like the suppression. You guys may or may not hear even the grass cutting. Maybe you will. Who knows? But he's going to be cutting grass shortly. So I told him, no problem. Do what you got to do. Oh, okay, perfect. Gotcha. What's up, Drea? Cool. I had an intuitive knowing that was you, but I wasn't sure because, it's hard to tell who's who when usernames are shifted. Yeah. So like as within, so without. So in my universe, my personal universe, everybody's more pleasant, more considerate, more kind, more caring, more giving, more loving, more appreciative. Like this is how my universe operates. In the digital world, that's not how it works. The digital world is its own little beast. It has its own entity. But in the physical world with me right now, right? Because I don't take the digital world too seriously. I'm basically having fun with the digital world. In the physical world, I also have fun, right? I'm not saying that there's no problems in the world. There's plenty of problems, but the thing is, it's also what you perceive as a problem. And because we create unnecessary problems out of nothing, because the world just is, there is no problem, but we tend to make a problem out of a little thing and full blow it out to something so extravagant, all because our mind is on a conquest always to solve a problem. Because if it's not solving a problem, it feels like it's falling behind and it's failing, and because it seems like it's failing, that will lead to certain death, because failure will lead to death back in the days. And it's hardwired in our biology. But if you know how to go beyond your biology by knowing that you're not the mind and you have the power to influence your body, you won't get finessed by your body or your mind. And so you won't create a problem out of nothing. In fact, you won't even create problems. You'll just look for solutions. If there is a problem, you won't label it as a problem. You're just like, what's the solution here? What can we do to rectify what's going on in this moment? You won't see it as a problem, because problems are basically just perception based on each person's frequency. And so like the more you're able to perceive things with ease, then everything else becomes a little bit easier to navigate and traverse. So that's what today's topic is. Decide. You get to decide what you desire to have in life. You get to decide. And in the next couple days, the topic is going to be around this. Is about receiving, essentially. The overarching topic for deciding, asking, telling, and commanding is receiving, because you're supposed to receive. It's actually built into your very fabric of your being. For example, what am I doing right now? I'm breathing, right? I'm taking a breath and I'm giving one back. I have to receive a breath in order to give one back. You have to receive. You can't just, you can keep doing this. But eventually you're going to run out of breath. What's up, Crazy Cat? Good to see you. Eventually you're not going to be able to suck in air for too long. Like, if you keep going at that rate, there's going to come a moment where you're going to be out of breath. So that's why it's even interwoven into your very breath that you're supposed to receive. And that's why it's important to be bold. Be extremely bold on what you ask for with the universe, because the universe wants to give it to you, but you have to be in alignment within yourself and stay the path. Right? You have to stay the course. If you don't stay the course, then the universe will see you as you're kind of flip-flopping back and forth, and it doesn't know what to do. So it'll give you your strongest frequency that you're on. So if it's more on the negative spectrum, like frustration, irritation, annoyance, then it'll give you more things to be frustrated, annoyed, and irritated about. I'm buying an in-house trampoline, and I'm gonna start using it. Amazing. Have fun, because guess what? The trampoline is gonna help you to do. It's gonna help you to let energy out of your system, and allows you to be more relaxed, right? Because that's the goal, is to be more relaxed. In our life, the world is designed to make sure you're not relaxed. So you have to be very conscious to be relaxed. Because if you're not relaxed, guess what happens? The world is going to finesse you into making sure you stay stressed and struggling and suffering. Struggling and suffering aren't mandatory, but it will happen in each of our lives to some extent. But that suffering and struggle creates pain. That pain creates purpose, because that purpose gets wrapped up in a gift that allows you to strengthen yourself. And so, like, it is important to, handle pain in a certain way, but we tend to push pain away. But through pain, a lot of the lessons come. And we have to start seeing pain as a mirror to reflect back something that we can either learn or remember something from. And so you get to decide in every present moment what you choose to entertain as a perspective. You're the guy, right? I'm sure. I don't know. I'm a guy. Or I could be the guy. I don't know. But, yeah. Thank you. And Jesus blesses you too. We're all meant to just be more relaxed, you know? Like, I wish the world could be more relaxed, and this is why I came here to sort of like remind the world, like, you get to chill out, you get to relax. It's your birthright. Because when you get to relax, you get to feel more things and get to observe more things. You get to experience more things. But with not relaxing, what happens is you start to stress out more and you can't see things for what they are. And unfortunately, due to the fact that the mind will use your body and your nervous system against you, unfortunately, you will be finessed by your body and your mind. And unfortunately, you will end up being kind of like spinning your wheels for years. And that's happened to me for years, not knowing how shit worked. You're so welcome, Princess. Fist bump to you too. Appreciate you. I need to relax, not on the outside, not on the outside, on the inside. I can look so chill and my nervous system is waxed. So, what if I told you, Jeanette, that your nervous system is actually perfectly fine? I'm not gaslighting or being ignorant. I know that the mind's creating the story of the nervous system being in whack. But what if I told you that your nervous system is perfectly fine? And you can decide that your nervous system now in this moment is relaxed. Yeah, I know it goes. I know you know. I'm just basically kind of making sure. Power song, sure. No. Your nervous system's A-okay. I promise you. It's just that the mind is creating a story, and you know that. That doesn't help someone with a fried nervous system, though. True, but that also does help if they keep adhering to a fried nervous system. The nervous system can be relaxed. In every present moment, you get to decide. You're still using time. I don't use time. Time is an illusion. This is what separates humans who still play with time and those who do not play with time. They just simply decide and they move forward. So, for those who are still playing with time, yes, it's going to take you some time who have whack nervous systems. You're going to have to find a way to slow it down. You're going to have to take moments to stop and pause and relax and just tranquilo. Yes, you're right, Shapeshifter. Spot on. They do need actual techniques, and that's like breathing. There's breathing techniques. There are different ways to get into a relaxed state besides breathing. You can take up like drawing. You can just draw. You can color. It allows you to relieve stress. So yes, for those who are still operating from time, you will have to do some movement. You will have to do some things. But for those who don't operate in time, don't need shit like that. That's why I'm glad you said some people, not all people. Yeah. So for you, Jeanette, breathing would be one technique that's going to start to help to relax the nervous system. So actually list it out if you want. You can write it out in the chat. What do you do to, tranquilo? Like basically mean, what do you do to get into a relaxed state? Like, does it like watching TV? Is it watching a show? Is it hanging out with people? Is it taking a walk? It's like these things. Like whatever those are your techniques. And in those moments, when you're doing what you're doing, like let's say you're taking a walk or you're watching a cool TV show, like things like that, once you find them, whatever it is, you will be conscious in this moment is where you can start to work with the nervous system and tell the nervous system that you're safe It's okay to let go, because you're now in control, not the mind. The mind is going to continue to find a way to influence the body because it desires for you to expand and grow. But your expansion and your growth is already unfolding, and unfortunately the mind will have to have no choice but to yield and submit to you, not the other way around. And so those techniques, you'll eventually not need the techniques, but in the meantime you probably will. But breathing is a simple one. And I know it's so simple. Why isn't everybody doing it? Because everybody else is being finessed by the mind. Because the mind doesn't like simplicity. It hates it. It loves difficulty. It loves complexity. Breathing is not complex. So it's like, if it's not complex, then the mind wants to reject it. Right? So, because if breathing was complicated, then everybody would be doing breathing. But not everybody's doing breathing because breathing is simple. There are many different breathing techniques. There's box breathing, right? There's like breathe in for 5 seconds, hold for 5, and then breathe out for 5. It could be 3 seconds, it could be 6 seconds. Then there's some who breathe in for like 5 seconds, hold for 2, and then breathe out for 7. Right? There's so many different breathing techniques. But the breathing techniques are very simple, but the mind wants it to be complicated, so it overcomplicates it so that it can do it. But it's really simple, but because it's so simple, the mind thinks that this is not working. So it will continue to feed the narrative over and over and over again. But if there's anything else that brings you into a relaxed state, like for me, just sitting, like just doing this right now is relaxing. Well, I would use the word aligned teacher over good or bad, because good and bad doesn't exist. That's just another third dimensional perspective. But a teacher who actually knows what they're talking about. Or a mirror. Yeah. I've done somatic breath work. I'm certified in somatic breath work. So I've done that. I've done all the techniques. And the reason why I'm telling you why I said what I said earlier, and I do appreciate Shapeshifter for saying, like, it doesn't work when someone has a whack nervous system. You're right, and I'm glad that you shared that, because for those who need the techniques, use it. The techniques help. They helped me. That's why I went and got certified. I have all types of certifications. I have Reiki. I'm an energetic practitioner. I just don't talk about it because for me it has no bearing anymore. It still use it if someone really needs it though. Like I can do Reiki right now. I can do theta healing right now. I can do somatic breath work. I can do sound healing. I'm a sound practitioner. I'm an EFT tapper. I have EFT tapping as well. Releasing. But these certifications don't mean anything to me anymore because for me the techniques, for me now, I don't need them. But they have very good use for a lot of other people. For me, I decided to not be dependent on techniques anymore because there will come a point where I won't be able to use techniques anyway, so may as well start learning how to be dependent on just me and myself and my thoughts. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's harnessing the mind. Use the techniques. Never not use the techniques. The techniques will always help. What was the worst day of my life? Oh man. It's too many. There's too many. I think probably when I lost my millions in the scam, probably. That would probably be the worst day of my life. But it also ended up being my best day of my life. It was It's so fascinating how we get asked questions in the negative. You see, this is not that this is a bad question, but usually people focus on the negative, like the what's the worst day. What about asking what's the best day of your life? But that was actually one of the best days of my life when I lost the millions, because it put me on the path I was supposed to walk. Because if I didn't lose my millions in the scam, then I wouldn't be on my path presently. I'd not be helping people on YouTube. And you wouldn't have been able to ask me that question. So everything is a chain of events. So I'm glad that me losing my millions, even though it felt like the worst day of my life, was ultimately my best day of my life. You never heard? You never heard this? Interesting, Jen. I thought you knew about my scam. Okay. This is back in 2021. I guess it's story time. It's story time. This is me not using this, by the way. This was on me, completely on me. I don't blame the person. Look, hey, I used to get caught up and trapped up. I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. I don't speak that language. I only speak English. That's why see right now, D Silva, like he's saying those words. I have no idea what that means. So that means it's gibberish to me, except for the word bro. So you see, language has no relevancy whatsoever. This is a good example. Anyways, I met someone on a dating site. You're already going to see where this is going to go. And I didn't use my discernment because back then I was still completely unaware of how shit worked. I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't have proper common sense either. In 2021, even though I started working on myself, I still didn't have proper common sense. I was being too nice to people. So a lot of people, when you're too nice, they take advantage of you. So I met someone on a dating site and they're like, hey, I make money in this trading platform. So funny story about that is, and this was a lot of lessons that needed to be learned here. So it was a really good lesson. So I met the person, I chatted with them, but I didn't chat with them via video. I chatted with them only via text. So that right off the bat was fatal mistake number one. But it wasn't really a mistake, it was a lesson. I don't see anything I did in the past as a mistake. Now it's just I changed the meaning. So after I chat with this person, they got me into their little trading thing. I invested $40,000 to $60,000 Canadian into this trading platform, and I made millions. And I was able to pull out the money, but I didn't keep some of it. Because nothing was wrong. I kept pulling in and out of money from my bank account to this thing, and it kept working perfectly fine for months. For months, this worked. I should have just stored some, but I was getting greedy essentially. So this is where greed comes into play. So essentially what happened was I kept taking out all the money in the bank, putting more in, and I made a lot of money every night. And I would take it out and put it back in my bank account. And I would repeat for months. Until one day they decided to see my account and it was grown big. I went over $1 million. And guess what happened? They started seeing that I made so much money that now I couldn't withdraw my money. They locked my account. Not from the bank, but from there. I did have some money stored elsewhere, but this was like money that I was investing in the stock market, that I moved out of the stock market into this trading platform. And unfortunately, I should have saved more, but I didn't. So I'm only now financially recovering because I have my clients now. Thank fucking God for that. But up until my clients, which wasn't too long ago, I had never fully financially recovered up until that moment. And so essentially my account, they have all my funds, and then one day they just disappeared. And I lost all of it. This was in September 2021. So they used me for 4 months to build my trust. And when they build my trust, they're like, all right, we got him now. And guess what happened? Boom. So that's why in the beginning, I was like, I don't trust anybody. This is why, and at that moment, I was like, fuck people. I'm never going to trust anybody again. So I held that belief again, because I still somewhere deep down inside didn't trust people. But that's because it was my inner world. I was creating the mistrust because I didn't know how the inner world worked back then. I knew nothing about nothing back then. I was still completely green to all this personal development stuff. So that's what happened. But guess what happened, Jeanette? After the scam happened in September 2021, that's when all the magic started to unfold for me. You want to hear what happened after that? I shared it yesterday. I asked the universe because I didn't believe that God was helping me. I thought God wanted me to suffer. Some dude in the sky, because I was still thinking it was a guy in the sky. I was like, God, you took away all my money, or 95% of my money. This is bullshit. You want to really help me? Prove to me. Oh, I know. That's already coming back. It's already done. I'm not even concerned about that. I'm like, prove to me, universe, that you're actually real. So I asked something. I asked it to show me a sign. Because, our mind always wants evidence. Right? This is where Clayton comes into play. I need evidence. I need evidence. Right? So I asked the universe, show me a random Rubik's Cube, one that I've never seen before. Show it to me. I want to see it right now. It didn't show me a random Rubik's Cube, one that I've never seen before. But guess what happened? A week later, it was Halloween. And I was at my computer, and there was a thumbnail for Will Smith's movie, Pursuit of Happiness. The one where he has an afro. I never watched the movie. I didn't know anything about that movie. But it was called The Pursuit of Happiness. I kid you not. I'm like, something drew me to watch that thumbnail. And I clicked the thumbnail, I watched the video. I'm like, I think I'm going to download this movie tonight. So I downloaded the movie. And within 10 minutes, within 10 minutes, Jeanette, guess what happened? You want to know what happened? You already know what happened. If you watched the movie, you knew exactly what happened. I'll get to that in a moment. With about pray God and God them and God all your. I'll get to that in a moment. The Pursuit of Happiness, a Will Smith movie that I had never watched before. I had never watched it at all. I didn't know anything about it. I clicked a random thumbnail that showed his character in that movie, and I didn't know why I would click that video, but I was supposed to click that video. I had this intuitive pull to click the video. Don't know why, but I just clicked it. Okay. So you have seen it. So I asked for a random Rubik's Cube, one that I've never seen before. I clicked Will Smith's thumbnail on YouTube on my other channel, and then I decided to download the movie and watch it Halloween night because I didn't go anywhere. And guess what happened? 10 minutes in, fucking random Rubik's Cube. He's playing with a fucking Rubik's Cube. That was the universe telling me, hello, I'm listening to you. And from that moment on, that's when all shit started happening for me. Everything started to unfold for me, little by little. So I knew the universe was listening because it was started within me. It wasn't some dude in the sky, it was me. But I didn't know it was me. I thought it was a dude in the sky. So that's what happened. So that's where the illogical and the irrational of the soul comes into play, because the mind wants the logical and the rational way, but the rational and the logical are the limited and the linear, and it doesn't fucking work all the time. You have to just allow things to unfold. Because when you don't allow things to unfold in whatever way it's supposed to unfold, you block the synchronistic moments. So that's what happened. What's in my right hand? Nothing. So you asked me about, do you think the scammers also prayed God and got all your money? We basically manifested that experience together. They may have prayed, possibly. I was afraid, and God took my energy of fear, because I had a deep underlying fear that I was going to get scammed. I knew somewhere deep down inside, intuitively, that something didn't feel right. Like, how am I making all this money, and I'm able to pull it out, and I'm still making more money, and nothing's like happening? Like, it feels too good to be true. And that's a belief that a lot of us hold. Everything's too good to be true, but things can be too good and be true. But the problem is we create the laws of our reality. And back then I didn't know how reality worked. And so the as within, so without principle wasn't in my conscious mind back then. So I was taking it literally for external proof. And unfortunately, due to that external proof, I and them created that situation, and that unfolded. But that had to happen, because if that scam, I'm telling you guys this right now. No, that's not rude. He came over, Rihanna. They asked me if cutting the grass is okay. I'm like, yeah, go for it. I told them it's fine. No problem. In fact, I'll even isolate. That might not really help. So, if I did not get scammed, do you think I would be on my path? So I'm just speaking with Jeanette presently right now. If I did not get scammed, would I be on my path? Yeah, I lost over $1 million in a crypto scam. No, exactly. I wouldn't be on my path. Or I would have been on my path, but later on down the road, which might have been another 10 years from now. So you see, everything had to happen exactly as it was supposed to. Because if it didn't happen the way it did, then I wouldn't be where I am, because everything unfolds in a sequence of events. It always does. It doesn't matter what's going on in your life right now. It's not random. Everything unfolds as it's supposed to. Like Rihanna, you found me when you're supposed to. Jeanette, you found me when you're supposed to. Shapeshifter, you found me when you're supposed to. Underboss found me when he's supposed to. Everyone else who's new on the chat, you guys found me when you're supposed to. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, crypto actually is very trustworthy, but there are certain aspects of crypto to be wary of. There's nothing good or bad about anything. It's just a matter of knowing your inner world and what's going on. Because I created mistrust within myself, and because I created mistrust within myself, the universe is like, okay, I'm going to give you mistrust. That's how it works. It mirrored back how I felt, because I was scared. I was scared shitless. Somewhere deep down inside, I was fearing something. And because of the fear, it manifested into the scam. But it had to happen because I had to be put onto this path. Because if I wasn't put onto this path, there is no YouTube. There is no streaming. There is none of you guys. None of you would be connecting with each other. I wouldn't be able to be where I am. I wouldn't have met Jessa, who helped me to go to Vegas, to speak with billionaires, who helped to speak some life into me, to tell me that you are more than capable of being here, Orion, that this isn't some accident. So all of these are chains of events. From my coach, to going to San Diego, to this. Everything's all interconnected. Because without San Diego, or without meeting my coach after the scam, I wouldn't have met the person who told me that San Diego was home for them, and then I wouldn't have known anything about San Diego. So you see, it's all a fucking chain of events. That's the reason why the scam had to happen. So somebody asked me, what was the worst day of my life? That was the worst day of my life, but that was also my best day of my life. There is another day where it was the worst day of my life, and it was when I was about to throw myself off the building when I was working. For those of you who don't know that story, I'm going to tell you that right now. In 2018, I was going through the absolute ringer. I was working my IT job. I was making 6 figures. I was at the top of the food chain when it came to IT. I was at the top. Nobody could touch me. But the problem is I was getting overworked like a dog. And that money wasn't worth the time that I was being used at that place. So guess what happened? I was broken mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally, and financially. Because even though I was making 6 figures, I was still broke because I didn't understand the concept of money. And so I wanted to throw myself off the building that day, and I told somebody, and this is what happened that day. Remember, Jeanette? Remember when A2 came on? And he's like, bro, this will probably be my last time on the stream. I did the same thing, a cry for help on like Skype, because we didn't have Zoom back then. I messaged somebody, I'm like, yo, man, I'm done. He's like, what do you mean you're done? I'm like, I'm fucking done. I'm done. And he knew what I was going through. So guess what he did? Because I went offline, I turned off my work computer, and he called my boss's boss. Because my boss that I was working with, he wasn't in Toronto, he was in Montreal. He worked there. His boss works in Toronto. So guess what? My colleague called my boss's boss, who's in Toronto, and he told his name is Nat McLaren. He told Nat, yo, Andre's gonna go do this, or Orion's gonna go do this, because that was my name. I don't use that name anymore. Orion's gonna go do this. Orion's gonna go and kill himself. So guess what? He got onto the elevator. He got into the elevator and he went to the top floor, and I was on the elevator, but I got into a different elevator. And because I got into a different elevator, right, I had a bunch of people in my elevator that stopped on every floor. So things had to happen. Nat got on an elevator after me, and he got to the top floor before I did. And as soon as I got to the top floor, he was right there standing, waiting for me. He's like, I know what you're about to do, Orion. Don't you fucking do it. You are an amazing dude. You need to stop what you're about to do. Think about it. Is it worth throwing your life away? So from that moment, he was the one that stopped me from hurting myself. And because of that, guess what happened? He was the first person in my fucking life, and I'm gonna be for real with you all. He was the very first person in my life who chose to actually sit with me and listen to all the pain and suffering that I was going through, that I held for years. He was the only person. He's the one that hired me. He was the one that hired me, and he cleared his schedule. He was busy. He's the head of IT. And he cleared his schedule, and he spent the entire morning and afternoon with me. We were sitting in another room, and he brought the HR person too, and she sat with me too. She cleared her schedule as well, because they actually gave a fuck. They weren't doing it because they were having some liability issue. They actually generally give a fuck. They sat with me, they cleared their schedule, they left their phone where it was. They were focusing on me. And they were listening to all the pain and struggle and suffer I was going through, and they were helping me to figure out shit. So this is the reason why I come on YouTube to help people, so I can help someone who's struggling with something that they don't need to struggle with. Because I've been there. I've been through the pain. This is the reason why I came to this planet, so that I can end the pain of the planet. Because they helped me to know who I am, because I would not be here if it wasn't for them. And guess what happened? They took me to a mental hospital that evening. I was in a fucking mental hospital for one evening, and that told me everything I needed to know, that I did not belong there. I got there, they put that little wrist strap on you, that you're some sort of like patient. I'm like, I don't belong here, Nat. He's like, I'm gonna stay, and he stayed with me. Him and the HR person stayed with me, but the HR person left like closer to like 12 o'clock because it was getting late and they hadn't seen us. They stayed with me for 6 fucking hours. And then Nat stayed with me for an additional 2 hours. We got out until 3 a.m. in the morning. It finally took all that time for them to come and talk with me because they were so busy at the mental hospital. So guess what happened? The person who asked me questions like, are you going to kill yourself? No. I was just pissed off and I'm just annoyed. Are you sure? Because we can't let you go. I'm like, I'm going to be fine. I will be fine. I'm not going to hurt myself. Because what I saw that night told me a story of like, if I continue to go down this road, this is what's going to happen. I saw somebody strapped to a gurney. He looked fucking pale, and as if he would look like the life was sucked out of him, and he was just staring at me like this. He was just looking at me like this. And I was sitting in the chair, and I was like, I couldn't, like, he was staring into my soul. He was just staring at me like this. And then another person came in, and she was being dragged by 5 officers, and she was screaming, rape my hole, rape my hole, rape my hole. And she kept screaming out loud. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't belong here. Those 2 alone, and not to mention all the other shit, but those 2 alone were a sign for me to not be there. And so I knew that I had to get out of there, and this was not my path. So Nat stayed with me until 3 a.m. to make sure that I was good. And guess what he also did? The following day, he gave me the day off. Paid. I got paid. He gave me a paid day off. He literally gave me a paid day off to relax. Don't worry about work. We will cover it. You're good. Relax. Because I was the type of person that never takes a day off. I never was the one to take vacation. They had to force me to take vacation. I was always a workaholic. I kept working every day. I never stopped. I would burn myself on both ends of the stick. Or the expression, burn yourself on both ends of the candle. That's what was happening to me. So because of all of that transpired in 2018, change didn't happen right away. I waited a whole year because I asked the universe for change. I got down on my knees and I cried my eyes out to God, which I thought was a dude in the sky. I'm like, I want fucking change. And guess what happened? A year later, change did happen, but it came at a very unexpected event. My awakening. Remember I mentioned there was a girl lifeless in her car when I drove by? That was my awakening. But her death was my rebirth. Because her death reminded me that I'm still here. And I was going to throw myself off the building a year prior, in 2018. And all that was to transpire. And then, of course, guess what? Remember 2020? I almost died. Twice. Spider bite, COVID. Spider bite weakened my immune system. COVID was nuking my system within, was breathing on a tube. If I had died in 2020, I wouldn't be here. So you see, there's been many events that led up to this moment for me to tell you that I've been through practically everything you can think of. So when any of you who are here, who hear my story, this is the reason why I am who I am and why I do what I do. This is my reason. To end fucking human suffering. It's just that simple. Is suffering gonna forever end? No. It's still gonna happen. But it's not mandatory. It's a choice. You get a choice to shift if you choose to. That's the reason why I came to do what I came here to do. That's why I had to go through a sequence of events. There's no accidents. Zero accidents why you go through what you go through in life. Zero. You go through it exactly the way you're supposed to, so you can figure out why. I know my why. I came here to help the rest of the world, all of you, to remember who you are, because I forgot who I was. Now I remember exactly who I am. You were the divine, the infinite intelligence playing a human character, nothing more. And you get to decide what your life gets to be like by deciding. That's why I do what I do. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I say the things the way I say it. That's why I can get a little intense, because I know how shit works. I've been through it. Me too. It was crushing my soul. I was making a lot of money, but it was crushing my soul. And I wasn't meant to do that. Thank you, Lottery Energy, but I'm not a survivor. This is not a victim story. This is a story to empower everyone, to remind them that you have the answer right here. I had to shift. The answers are right here. If I did not change that night on that hospital, like in the mental hospital, then I wouldn't be here. I would end up having to take like needles and maybe doing all kinds of stupid shit to my body. All because I made a choice and I decided that this is not where I belong. I had to get to this point in this stream to share this story with all of you. There was a reason why I had to share this story, because Jeanette asked me about the scam, and the scam led to all this other stuff. So you see, chain of events. So Jeanette, thank you for asking that question. Like, scam? Yeah. And then I went down and told the story. So everything happens exactly as it's supposed to. So I can share with all of you. This is not to play a victim. There is no victim here. This is to empower each of you to know that you have the answer. I'm not going to be your traditional fucking YouTuber. I'm not going to be all the other YouTubers doing all kinds of bullshit. I'm going to basically speak as I am. The universe is working through me, which is working through all of you, has reminded me to help all of you to let go of the noise and the stories and the bullshit that you created in your head. If you want to continue to use the stories in your head and it's helping you, keep using it. That's fine. There's no big deal. But if you're not living your best life, then I'm basically saying that you're the answer. You have the power to influence yourself. Exactly. You're all so powerful beyond measure. It is your light, not your darkness, that most frightens you. I'm sure some of you heard that poem before. Marianne Williamson. I think they're all heading out to work. Yeah. I'm sure you guys heard Marianne Williamson's poem. I'm going to kind of recite it and see if I can remember all of it word for word. I do love my life now because I get to be free from the mind's trap. I love my life. I love it so much that I have so much love to give to the world now. But I have so much power and energy to give so much to the world, but also just see the mess that needs to be cleaned up, because I see a bunch of noise that needs to be cleaned up. I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube you don't like that doesn't need to be there. Social media needs to be cleaned up, essentially. It's a bunch of fucking noise. I'm not your answer. You're your own answer. You don't need anything from me. I'm just here to remind everyone that you're your own answer, to go live your best life and stop like thinking someone's higher than you or better than you and blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you can't learn or remember from someone. That's not what I'm saying. We're designed to help each other, but there's a bunch of fucking noise that's just creating, that's what Shapeshifter was saying earlier. Be wary of good teachers and bad teachers. That's basically why I came here, to make sure those bad, I do air quotes, don't keep infecting and creating more obfuscations, because that's what they're doing. They're just creating more problems that don't actually exist, and they're just traumatizing more people. Yeah. Exactly. Do you think selfishness is sometimes good? Yes, it is. 100%. You have to be selfish to yourself. You got to love yourself first. Always put you first. 100%. I'm not saying to like, if you see someone like dying on the street, to just ignore them, right? What I'm saying is, like, you got to love yourself first, because if you don't give to yourself first, how can you give to someone else? That's a bar, write it down. Because most of us were attempting to give to others when we can't even give to ourselves. Give to yourself first so you can give to others. That's why I've given everything to myself. That's why I can keep giving to each of you, no problem. I don't run out of energy. Right? I don't run out of energy because I've given it all to myself. And then as I give to myself, you guys are reaping from my energy, because I have so much to give. I have so much energy to give. Tons. I don't run out of energy. I'm infinite. Of course, the physical body has a little bit of, fine, it has to recharge, but that's like sleep and whatnot, But I have so much energy to give internally. Exactly. Right? Because think about it, Jeanette. You pour into yourself, right? You have a glass, right? You're pouring endless water into yourself. You give from your overflow, and that overflow is more than enough for everyone else. But you still have your cup is so full at the top, right? Did I turn back? No. Yeah. Your cup is so full at the brim, right? Even the overflow, like I said, is still gonna overflow. Because the more you always stay in that overflow, you can always keep giving. But so many people burn themselves out. And they keep giving and giving. This is why I was talking about receiving. Receiving is important. You got to receive your own energy. Because if you don't receive your own energy, then you burn yourself out. And then you can't give to someone else. So don't talk like regular motivator. I'm not a motivator. I don't motivate people. I am just a mirror, nothing more, nothing less. I'm literally just here to remind you that you're the answer, nothing else. I'm not here to pump you up with a bunch of fake motivation bullshit. Motivation is fleeting. I'm not even here to inspire you, to be honest. I'm just here to mirror back that you have the power. Basically, I'm here to empower you so you can empower yourself. So you can go and do whatever it is you need. And you don't need to rely on anything outside of you. Become more self-sufficient. Doesn't mean that you won't accept help from others. That's not what that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you know that you're self-sufficient within yourself, that you know that you're capable of anything. And others are capable of anything too. You're the walking universe in human form, quite literally. You just don't know that. You're made of the same things that stars and planets are made of. Atoms and molecules, proton, neutrons, and electrons. They're made of the same stuff. You are the walking universe. You just forgot that. You're the microcosm of the macrocosm. As above, so below. But as within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. So, I'm literally not here to motivate anybody. I'm here to remind and help you to remember who you are before your conditioning and your programming and all your beliefs that you've taken on. You are not your beliefs. Your beliefs have you, but you are beyond your beliefs, because God has no beliefs. God is the ultimate universal. It just is. Everything else is just noise. Let me see. You said something about IT guy. You're the IT guy and you still got all God's plan. Exactly. It had to happen. All of it had to happen. Nothing's wrong with being a motivational speaker. I just don't like the word motivation. It's just it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because there's a bunch of motivational hoo-ha out there who are just like pumping you up, and they're like rah rah rah, like Tony Robbins and like Eric Thomas with their speech, but then it drops, because motivation is fleeting. It doesn't go. It just fluctuates. Empowerment is different. Empowerment isn't motivation. Empowerment is actually knowing who you are and knowing that you're already there. That's what empowerment is for me specifically. I'm the dulcet reflection. He's the dominant reflection. I give hope, and he smacks you upside the head and wakes you up. Yeah, you can say that. I can be very sweet and kind and very, very timid, very, like, you know, it is okay to be real. It is okay to be relaxed. And yes, of course I'm still streaming. I'm still here. Because we got into a really good conversation, so I figured I still stream. So I can be very kind or nice. I don't like that word, by the way. Nice. I can be very sweet and kind. But sometimes that needs to happen too. And I need to do it sometimes to this character as well. Wake, stop. What are you doing? What you doing? Sometimes you have to be a little bit for somebody to get the lesson. Because if you're too love and light and namaste, they don't get the lesson. Yeah, don't walk over there. You're gonna be okay. There's an alligator in the water. It's okay. It's okay. Don't walk in that water. There's an alligator, but you still walk in the water because I'm too nice to let you go walk in the water and get bitten by the alligator. No, get your ass away from that water. There's a fucking alligator. It's gonna bite your ass. You wanted to bite your ass? Get your ass away from the alligator. Go. There's certain times like I have to turn up the intensity. Other times I'm more, tranquilo. I'm more relaxed than like out like that. I'm more like 80% of my day. No, that's not true. 90% of my day I'm more tranquilo. 10% of the day I elevate a little bit. Neither. I'm a soul. See? I took off all the filter words, so we get comments like this. I'm not even entertaining that. I'm gonna go eat just now. So now most of you know my story. So when I'm sharing what I'm sharing, now you know why I'm sharing what I share. And now you know exactly the reason why I am the way I am. It's not because I was born enlightened, even though we're all actually enlightened. But from the mind level, I was completely unaware of shit. Completely unaware. That's why I called myself the most fundamentally flawed human ever created in human history. In human history, that's every human that's ever existed, from day one to now. That's what this character was telling me. Because of the experiences I went through, all the pain, the suffering, the misery, the heartaches, the nights alone crying by myself, nobody to hear my cry. Had to deal with all this shit alone. That's what made me so mentally tough, resilient, resourceful, figuring shit out on my own, not becoming reliant upon other people. Now, of course, I love people and I make sure I receive stuff now, but like that was a journey all into itself. So that's the reason why when I see what you guys are writing, that it's just me from a previous time. And that's why I know what worked for me and I know it will work for you. It's just a matter of applying it. Because it does work. I'm living proof. Now, of course, did I record all of that back in the day? I really wish I did. This is why it's important You don't need to send it on YouTube or upload it anywhere. It's important to record where you are and keep that footage, because you never know when you'll need that footage. And that footage will show you where you were and where you currently are and how things have shifted. That's why all of my, my previous channel has all of my live streams that I started, and this is just a continuation, but this is different from that channel. This channel is like laser focus. It's hyper specific. Yeah, I do the workouts. Yeah, we have conversation. Yeah, we randomly talk about stuff. But this channel is laser friggin' focus. As opposed to the other channel, I was like, I want to help people, but I don't know what I'm doing. Blah, 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 blah. I'm helping people. Da, 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 da. Getting into a bunch of stupid online shit, like shitty things, like screaming at a phone for no reason. There's no point to scream at just a bunch of text. Do you think about it, how ridiculous that is? Looking at a streamer screaming at just a bunch of words that mean nothing. Well, it has meaning, but that let's say someone's like attempting to piss you off, it has like no meaning. What's the point of even looking at the screen and getting trapped up with that nonsense? It makes zero sense. You'll get your moment, Underboss. So now you guys know my story, for those of you who were on and listened. Oh, that felt good. That felt really good to share that again. Jeanette, it's really does. Like I've always said, we control the energy that affects us in the negative way that, I gotta scroll back up. They are just words. If you give them no meaning, then they will in fact have no meaning. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. The words are so powerful, but many of us get tripped up with words. That's why, like, bringing awareness to the planet is so important, because there's a lot of awareness that's being lost because of distraction and distortions on the planet right now. So much distractions, so much distortions on the planet. It's creating so much dissonance. For those of you that's not in resonance, that's the opposite of resonance, dissonance. Chaos within yourself, calamity within yourself and around the world, because you're simply distracted, and you're deterred, and you're kind of even disassociated within yourself too, to some extent, because a lot of people don't want to feel their feelings. Because it's scary to feel feelings sometimes. I know. I had to sit and feel all kinds of bullshit. Didn't feel good. Felt like I was dying. But in that, felt that when you're dying, you're actually learning to live. When you feel like you're dying, that's when you actually learn how to live. That is a real bar. Because in that death feeling, you're actually starting to feel the things you're supposed to feel, so you now know what it feels like to live. It's a paradox. Life is a big paradox. I know, and it's okay. I hated being vulnerable too, Jeanette. I hated it so much. But I chose to, because vulnerability is actually your superpower. That's a bar. Write that down. Your vulnerability will be your superpower, because more people will be able to relate and will be like, oh my God, Jeanette, you went through that too? Wow, I'm not alone. Wow, by you sharing, whenever you do, wherever you do, others get to see that there's similarities, and they're not going to feel like they're alone. Thus, This is where vulnerability becomes a superpower. I know though, with the right person that actually means to me, I feel safe enough to do so. Exactly. It all comes down to safety. Anything you're doing in life, anything you want to accomplish in life, anything you want to enjoy in life, anything you want to experience in life, it's always going to be, wrapped with either uncertainty, which creates a fear to the mind, because the mind wants to know. But the mind, if the mind does know, then it creates safety. It's a dance of being safe and uncertain, safe and uncertain. Uncertainty for the mind is fear, but uncertainty for the soul is actually peace, and is safety, which is the irony of this. Because all the things on the other side of uncertainty is what you're actually looking for, but you have to walk through it. It's scary to walk through it, but that's where everything is. That's where all your answers are. That's where all your peace and prominence is, on the other side of uncertainty. But you got to walk it. If you don't walk it, then you won't get there, and then you'll continue to perpetuate the safety and get stuck into a safety net of like comfort zone, and unfortunately you get trapped up and then yeah, shit happens. That's the reason why, like, for me, I'm hyper vulnerable. I will share everything. I'm an open book. I will share everything with anyone at any time, because I trust myself and I know myself so damn well that I can do that. There are people who will judge me. There are people who this is the reason why we don't become vulnerable, because people are going to judge us. But judgment to me doesn't exist. It's an illusion, because I know that most human minds are still operating from a third, second, and first dimensional perspective. I operate from fifth and beyond. So I can share anything and I'll not get tripped up with third, second, and first dimensional perspectives, because it's irrelevant. They are where they are. That's not insulting, that's just where they are. So tapping into that perspective alone allows me to be hyper vulnerable, because like, they can judge me all they want. It has no effect on me, because they're operating from that plane of existence. I'm operating from a different plane of existence. So like a fifth dimensional person or a perspective or a mind doesn't entertain third, second, and first, or even fourth for that matter. And anything up beyond fifth is just all oneness anyways. There is no judgment when you get into the fifth. There's zero. Fourth, third, second, and first still have judgment. But everything else above fifth or at fifth doesn't have judgment whatsoever. So I operate from the fifth. And it sounds cool to say the fifth. Yeah. I haven't been safe with people in the past when I was vulnerable, so that's why I have a hard time now, and that's all. That's okay. It's an experience. Nothing more. It's just an experience. You get to rewrite the story, though, whenever you desire, Jeanette. Let me be an example. I mean, you don't need to be vulnerable with me, but I'm just saying, like, let me be like an example that I'm no different than you and you're no different than me. And if I can be vulnerable, then you can be vulnerable too, because I'm lighting the way so that you can be vulnerable with whoever you choose to be. And I promise you, whoever you get to be vulnerable with will value your vulnerability. I promise you that. They are going to value it now, because you know thyself. Because I've helped you to remember a little bit of who you actually are, and you already knew who you were. You just needed that kind of little tap. You're good. The person you're supposed to be with, they'll be they'll be extremely vulnerable with you too. Because they'll be able to share because you're vulnerable, so it allows them to be vulnerable and becomes a ripple. You sharing about you not being vulnerable is being vulnerable if you think about it, right? Because you saying that you're not able to be vulnerable is still being vulnerable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to even to say that. So good on you for doing that. It's an interconnected dance, always. It takes a lot of courage, by the way, to say that you can't be vulnerable. Tons. So that in itself is vulnerability, right there. It's just a matter of anchoring and shifting the energy of it. I was supposed to go eat. I'm gonna go eat. Probably call the stream a wrap and go chill out. I would love to stay on, but I'm going to probably call it a wrap because I have to go groom later and I want to finish everything early. Because tomorrow I'll have a call around this time tomorrow. So tomorrow I can stay on until probably around this, like up until like 2:30. And then I'm going to drag my MacBook out here and have a call out here and just chat with the person. I think they're in Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm going to be jumping off. You guys, just remember that you're all doing great. Just don't forget that you're not this. You have this, but you're not this. Big difference. Thank you, Jeanette, for being here. I'll see you again. Yeah, just remember you all are doing great. Don't ever forget that. And for whoever heard my story, I trust that it starts to click why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's important. You're welcome. It's important to know that you are the answer. Like it's you. Like it can't be anything else. Like I just want to scream it to the world that you're the answer. Like have a giant ass megaphone and like scream it down to the earth. You're the answer. And speak in all languages at the same time. You're the answer in your language. Just want to scream it to the top of the fucking like universe. You're the answer. Because it is. Nothing more. It's just that simple. But the mind wants to, no, I'm not. I'm not the answer. You too, lottery energy. The mind's going to keep saying, you're not the answer. That's a lie. That's a lie. You're not the answer. That's what the mind's doing secretly in the background. It's like whispering. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You're lying. You're a liar. You're not the answer. I'm the answer. That's what the mind is doing. And you have to catch it and train it. No, you're not the answer. You're a tool that I get to use. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we came to the earth, because if we all had the oneness, this would be a very boring place. Right? That's why this is a realm of duality. I get to do the work that I'm doing because of duality, right? If duality didn't exist, then I wouldn't be able to talk about any of this stuff. It'd be like we're all just kind of like doing this. We'd be like little robots. We'd just be like doing this all day. So I do thank duality for this, because it allows me to focus on this is my purpose. Other people use the Yeah, this is one giant cosmic joke. It really is. It's one friggin' joke. This is what I've said. I said this like a couple months ago. This is a cosmic joke. I said this out loud on my other channel, and I also said it. I'm like, this is a fucking joke, isn't it? I see what you're doing. It's even though I'm pointing, there's no up there. It's like it's there, but like I still point up there at times. Like, I see what you're doing. I know what you're doing itself. I know what you're doing. I can feel it, even though it's right here. You're just having fun with yourself. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what itself is doing. It's having fun with itself. It's a fucking joke. That's why I created duality. I'm glad you said that, because it's so true. Because otherwise, if we did not have duality, guess what, y'all? Life would be boring. Me too, dude. Honestly, straight up, like I just don't. Like, it just is. That's why I say just is, because it is all of the oneness, but it's also duality. Like, it is whatever, right? Exactly. We're supposed to have fun, you know? We forget this. Life throws us those curveballs and we're like, ah. But you know, if we didn't get those curveballs, then we wouldn't be doing and it'd be boring. You'd be bored out of your mind. And the mind would be like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, so, like, you'd be just bored. Exactly, man. It's like going to like a Fluffy. Is it? Yeah, Fluffy. Going to Fluffy's event, and you're just like sitting there and you're like this. That's not funny. Or a math. Is it Rife or Riff? I think it's Riff. Right? And you're like, that's not funny. What the fuck is going on? It's bullshit. Right? You get to choose. This is why I say you get to decide. You get to decide. If you want to have fun, have fun. If you don't want to have fun, you're also deciding to not have fun. I'm always having fun. Even when I'm heated up, I'm having fun because I get the character to get heated up a bit. I like when the character heats up a little bit because sometimes I have to remind the character, hey, remember, you're not docile. Remember, you have the power of a Super Saiyan within you. You can turn it up. You can turn up the dial. So it's nice that I can raise myself. Yeah. Marcel, you said something about fitness people pretending to be natty. I'm not sure what natty is, but yeah. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors in the fitness industry too. And I see that. That's another trap. But there are other people working on the fitness, like undoing the fitness trap that other people have talked about. Plenty. It's just that, yeah. I'm not here for, even though I am all about health and fitness, and that's part of what I'm here to do. My main focus is this for everybody. Because without this, it's just going to fall apart. Once you have this, this is good. All right, y'all. That's a wrap for me. Thank you guys for coming on today. And that's good. You know what? That's perfect, because if the limitations allows you to work on yourself and it gives you some sort of fun thing, have at it. It's your birthright. But yeah, I'm out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. Yeah. You guys have a good one. Thank you guys for coming. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's good to laugh, but not as exactly. Spot on. But I'm gonna go eat and do my workout. And you guys already know what I'm gonna be doing, so I'll be over there doing my thing. Later Rihanna, later Jeanette, later Apocalypse, later Lottery Energy, later Shapeshifter, later Sadia, later Marcel, later oh my god, Underboss. God damn, I'm just missing names now. Later everyone else in the chat. Later Chelsea, because Chelsea's also here, I think. Bye, y'all. Remember, you're doing great. Peace out.